Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. Margaret Mead.
notTV, I've heard that somewhere.
Thanks for joining. Thanks for tuning in. Once again, I'm gonna have to start saying everything that I'm saying again. Maybe a year from now we'll get the hang of audio on this show. But so hey, thanks for joining us, guys. And this is July 4th. Happy Independence Day to all our American friends out there. Thanks for tuning in. And we're just coming out of Canada Day weekend. I get a little flustered every time the microphone doesn't start at the top of the show. Sorry about that, everybody. Thanks for the quick comments on that one, Howard. I'm excited that everybody's here and joining us. It's been a long journey. We've, from Ottawa all the way back here to Salmon Arm, British Columbia, and Western Canada, and people all across Canada and all across the world that have been watching and supporting. And this project goes back, quite a ways. We 5 years ago had done a crowdfunding campaign in Kelowna and started kicking off the community content out in Kelowna, and now here we are in Salmon Arm broadcasting to you guys again and bringing together a good group of people, good lineup for today. We're going to auction a few items later on as well, and so this is a fundraiser for notTV, just to keep going. And behind the scenes, we've been building a website and an app, and it's more than just a website and an app. It's basically a tool that will help us to continue to broadcast and stay connected and to stream and share regardless of what happens. Something like, say, Bill C-11 or what happens around the world with technology. I've always seen notTV as a technology company. Innovation has been at the heart of it, but also community and broadcasting. And I've got a bit of a broadcasting background myself, and it's spawned from the idea of how can we keep creating good content into the future, but more than that, free press, and keep the conversation going in a way that serves people, serves you, serves the communities, and what can we do to create more community. So this is our first trial run, if you will, at doing a live stream marathon like this. That's what it feels like, because we're going to be broadcasting all day. We might cut the stream a few times, come back in. So you may be watching on one of the few platforms that we're streaming on. We're streaming on Facebook, we're streaming on Liberty. The social media platform, we're streaming on our website, not.tv/live, and we're also streaming on YouTube. So it's a fun packed day with a few different audiences out there. So I look forward to seeing what Richard has put together for us and the different people that will be joining us. I believe we're morning with a meditation, and we'll be ending the day with a meditation. And meditation, is a pretty powerful tool, but it just helps us keep us grounded and connected. And I think it's pretty great to start the day with a meditation. So wherever you're at, I know you're probably busy with your own day, whether you're at work, maybe you'll pop in and out of the stream and check out what we've got going on, or check one of the replays out. That'd be wonderful. And of course, share your comments, share the stream, and stay tuned to see what we have in store. So I'll let Richard cue up the next portion, which I believe is a meditation. I might have to hold on. I misunderstood. I thought it was a video, not a live. And so like it's things are pre-planned. So I'm going to talk a little bit about an auction. I don't know if we have graphics to go along with that. I'm going to pop out of the office at some point and show you guys some of the items that we have for sale in our online store. We've got a t-shirt and hats and a hoodie too. It's not listed on the store, but it could be shortly. So we've got some wonderful people who have supported you guys and us to share. Look at this, Donna Skoglund with her 45-minute life coaching. And this is an auction, $385 value. Donna's amazing. She's been one of my coaches, and I'll tell you that it goes a long way just with her experience and knowledge about how everything's interconnected, and Ayurveda, and just her own life experience and skills and business that she runs. She's successful, and she can help you reach your own life goals. Or if you haven't had a life coach, I'll tell you this, it's like one of those things that anything you want to get good at, well, why not have a life coach? I've had counselors in my life, and just whether it's sports coaches or teachers or mentors, and this is an invaluable thing to have in your life, is a life coach, somebody that can help guide you along your journey and help you reach, whether it's success or find your goals, steer you in the right direction, just bounce off of you what, I don't know if I need to go into the whole spiel about what a life coach does, but if you haven't ever considered a life coach, well, super, super invaluable. And Donna has offered 45-minute life coaching for our auction today. So Richard, how do people end up bidding on these auction items? I'm going to wait for a response in my ear while you guys. So ways to support is you can comment too on any of our social media platforms, and we'll be able to see if you are interested, and then we'll tally these up as we go. You can send an e-transfer. Again, this is fundraising to get notTV continue going, keep the lights on, and we're building an app and website in the background. So we want to be able to share that. I'm going to show you guys one of the little boxes that we have here, but I'm going to hang off to that right now. So head over to donate. Donate at not.tv is the email address, but you can email an email pledge at realnottv@pro.com. And there's a lot of different options here. Hopefully that's not too confusing for you guys. I'd like to have just one call to action. So I'm going to say just email funding details to Kathy. Maybe it's easier to just email Kathy at not.tv. You send her an email, she'll get back to you. Then you're reaching a real human being here. So Kathy at not.tv. Might be a little hard to read on a phone there. The text is a little bit small, but Kathy with a C. And all right, there's got one more auction item here. It's a book by Susan Stanfield, Betrayed. She just came out with this book. I believe it's just been released. And again, all of our auction items will close at midnight. And again, you can send details if you're interested in this item to Kathy at not.tv. And also, I would like to mention at this point that you can head over to the notTV website, not.tv/shop, if you want to purchase a hat or a t-shirt or a woman's tank top at this point in time, and we'll get a few more items on there as well. So that would be a great way to help support notTV. And notTV, the vision and mission here is we are a cooperative platform and bringing together content creators from different communities in order to support the content creation going forward. So thank you, Richard, for those. And I just want to talk a minute about cooperatives, because I don't know if that's fully understood. I went into one meeting one time where somebody ended up calling me a communist because I said this is a cooperative platform, and cooperatives are not communist at all. I feel like it's closer to what a true democracy is, if anything else. I mean, you may know about credit unions, or there's different cooperative businesses like Mountain Equipment Co-op. I don't know if they have that in Eastern Canada. Calgary Co-op was a food, like grocery store. There's different co-ops, grocery stores around. Cooperative, there's different models of cooperatives: housing cooperatives, worker cooperatives, producer cooperatives. And essentially the stakeholders, the main primary stakeholders, whether it's the workers or the people who buy and sell goods, they are the owners of the company. So it's a different business model than we're used to out in the world with the capitalism, and then having shareholders who from a top down end up owning and controlling the entire business, and you're at the mercy of those shareholders or directors and owners of the company, whether it's going to succeed or not succeed. And there's been a few amazing websites that have come out over the years that have gone by the wayside. They've been bought up by bigger companies like Facebook or Google, and then they get shut down, and we end up losing the tech that was built by the innovative creators and tech entrepreneurs in the early days. And I just think that that's a shame. One, that there's some amazing creative works of art on the internet that aren't available anymore. One that comes to mind is StumbleUpon. If you've never heard of StumbleUpon, it's changed because it was bought, but it's a website where you can go and people would share interesting websites that they would come across, and then you can go and click a little stumble button and just randomly check out these different websites. But after it got bought, it completely changed as a platform. The discovery of really fun and interesting websites wasn't quite the same. They had changed something with the filter, and it didn't allow for the same insight or peek into something completely random. Now, I believe that website's still around. It's just changed a little bit. And so with projects like that, I can see the world being a completely different place when we get innovation on the internet that changes the culture. It changes what we have access to, and discovery of completely new and different things and people and projects and websites. And when we go to just a couple of big tech companies like Google and Facebook and Twitter, we end up losing some of that new culture, and innovative companies get sucked into the big culture of the big companies, almost like media, especially here in Canada, that everything's been amalgamated into these big few media companies like Bell Globe Media and Rogers and TELUS that own such a lion's share, and then is it Quebecer Media in the east. Is just a handful of media companies with all of the money. Now, notTV, we've applied over the years for different sources of funding and government grants and whatnot, and I would say that we haven't gotten any. We did get a small grant to bring on a student. It was a Get Youth Working program, and this is 5 years ago when we did our first crowdfunding campaign. We were able to bring on Nuge, who is phenomenal at the community development, and he was out there on Canada Day 5 years ago helping to get the notTV word and brand out there and build some community. And unfortunately, after that, the expenses of running the company just were bigger than we had subscriptions than we had support for. So we took a break. I ended up taking on a TV job for a couple of years, actually, just shooting some television shows, reality shows, learned a ton, and then came back to notTV thinking, okay, is there an actual chance to do notTV and give this a real go? Is it needed in the world? And when the convoy to Ottawa happened, and we could run out there with the microphone, Chad and I, and start talking to people, and we could feel how valuable it is to get out there and do the streeters and build the community and just show people what's really happening in the world. notTV got a new spark of life. And when we got back to Sam and Arm, I've been working on getting the cooperative back to the business up and running, so that other creators can actually tune in and join with their content, and then your subscriptions would go towards supporting other content creators and whoever's in the cooperative community. So there's still a ways to go in order to explain and show and actually experience that proof of concept. But at the heart of it, the business model is what's different about notTV, is that it's actually a way to allow the viewers and the creators to own the platform, so that it doesn't get bought up and amalgamated like all of these other companies potentially will. In business, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Robert Kiyosaki, and some of his business education would say, what's the exit strategy for a company? The owner, the founder, how do you get out of the company? Is it to sell to a larger company? Is it like a lifestyle business and you're just going to pass it down to your kids or sell it at the end of the day? Or is it going to go public? Is it going to go onto a stock exchange? And every path that a business takes has a different outcome on its journey, and whether it will stand the test of time and continue to last into the future, fulfilling its mission and vision and purpose, is, I believe, determined by that exit strategy and some of that foresight ahead of time. And the idea of a cooperative is that because the members, the creators own it, that it can stand the test of time, that it can live on. So we've always said that it is a cooperative business, and really it's the technology that we live with today that's allowing it to become feasible, truly feasible and possible to create this platform. There's blockchain technology, which could be used for good or evil, depending on how you look at it, right? It can be used to entrap and enslave and control. Or it could be used for freedom. It can be used to liberate society and people. Now, looking at history, and I'll just wrap this up in a minute here, and then we'll get started with our meditation. Looking throughout history, we can see examples of when different communities or businesses have started to build a project or something that would allow freedom to come from like financial freedom for the community that gets outside of the system, if you will. And they've gone by the wayside, and sometimes through nefarious purposes, and sometimes through market forces. Now, I don't want to say too much along that lines. I'm not trying to make notTV a target. I've just been focused on this as a solution that will benefit everybody who watches and who puts their content on here, to continue to share new culture, to gain access to information that's truthful and transparent, and to have a business that is also transparent and trustworthy, and that can stand the test of time. One last example here. Another company, I believe it was Blip TV, they had created an online platform for video sharing and to release your shows onto. And a friend in Calgary had started a web series and started putting his content onto Blip TV. And then they ended up sending out a notice to all of the creators saying they were going to shut down. And they had been bought out by a larger company, and the company had decided they just wanted the talent, they wanted the developers from the project, and they didn't want the actual website. So all of the users, all the creators on the platform had to get all of their content off. They were told they had a certain window of time to download all their content before the servers went offline. And I don't want to see that happen with the new shows and content and technology that's coming out these days. I feel that it's a bit of um, it's a strike against culture and innovation, because the internet is so connected that these projects and businesses can build off one another. But when they just hit that wall and go by the wayside, we're not getting to watch the history unfold of our new culture with new ideas and new creations. To be able to look back at the internet, 5-10 years ago, and to go revisit some websites. Well, a lot of it's changed. A lot of it's changed quite drastically. So where's the museum of the web? Is it just the archive, the internet archive, the Wayback Machine? But it doesn't capture entire websites. Sometimes they come out a little bit broken, because it doesn't capture the entire site. It just captures the surface level. So there's some fun things that will happen down the road and into the future, because we have so many creative minds coming online, and it will be. I've always been curious to watch and excited to watch notTV, like the day that we could sit back and see notTV and watch different locations, like different communities, and tune into different communities, and it can support your own community, and whatever community that you're in, that you can end up getting a sense, right? Because right now we've got Facebook, and you can say, wow, we've got Facebook and YouTube, but is that really are we seeing the full picture? Are we getting the full experience? And I believe with notTV, we will get that full experience. And that's one of the key differences, is that it's supported and owned by the creators, the members, and that it really supports community to give us a different perspective than what we see on the big tech platforms as they exist now. So I'll talk a little bit more. I'll share a little bit more as we go on, but we've got a number of today. Again, the auction items going on, Donna Scoglin's coaching course and Susan Stanfield's book, and we'll be back to talk a little bit more about that, as well as our online shop. So we're going to start the day with a meditation online that I think Richard has. It's ready to start playing as soon as I'm done talking. So stop talking, and then we'll start the videos. And have a great day, everybody. Thank you for tuning in, and look forward to continuing this conversation. See you in half.
1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20!
Hello, and thank you for joining me here. My name is Dr. Alicia Alibi, and I'm excited to be taking us on this guided meditation journey. So let's begin. So please find a comfortable spot. You may want to turn off any distractions. Also, please remember that with meditation, there's no right or wrong. Simply allow and enjoy and know and trust that meditation brings beautiful benefits to the mind, the body, and the spirit. So let's start by closing our eyes and taking a nice deep breath in. Exhaling slowly. Again, breathing in nice and deep. And on the exhale, feel your muscles loosen, loosening your jaw, lowering your shoulders. And again, breathing in deep. And on the exhale, just settling further into your spot. And allowing your breathing to find a gentle pace. Just breathing with ease now. Breathing in and breathing out. Breathing in and breathing out. And allow this beautiful, gentle pace of your breath to take you deeper within yourself. And I'd like for you to imagine yourself in a beautiful garden. If you're visual, see the garden in your mind's eye. And if you're not visual, sense or imagine the garden, feel the garden. Imagine the sky is a beautiful blue and the sun is shining. Imagine in this garden there's lots of trees and green grass and plants and flowers. It's so beautiful. Imagine you can hear the sound of birds chirping. It's so peaceful. And you soak in the beauty and the peace and the tranquility of this garden, letting go of everything else but this moment in this garden. And imagine there's a beautiful little path that weaves through this garden. And you begin to follow the path, just noticing what's along the path. Maybe you see trees, plants, grass. You enjoy the beautiful song of the birds. You feel the warmth of the rays of the sun, one step after the other. Following the path and knowing that as you go on this path, not only does it take you deeper into this garden, but it takes you deeper into yourself, to a beautiful space where we can shift and heal and transform and grow, one step after the other, continuing along the path. And the path leads up ahead to a beautiful grove of beautiful trees that from looking at them, you can tell these trees have been here for many moons and many suns, Their roots extend deep into the earth. Their branches reach high into the sky. Notice what kind of trees they are. And you walk over to this beautiful tree that stands out to you. Slightly different from the rest. It captures your attention. And you walk over to it, it's large and tall. And the roots extend. You can see the roots. Some roots are above the ground, but many extend deep into the earth. And there's a perfect spot in the trunk of the tree there at the base of it for you to sit. It's almost as if it was like the tree embraces you or holds you as you sit in that spot. It's a perfect little kind of nook in the tree trunk, created naturally over the years, but just perfect for you. And as you sit beneath this beautiful tree, looking up at the branches, you hear the sound of a gentle breeze moving the leaves or the branches. It's so peaceful. And as you sit at the base of this tree, you imagine that just like this tree, beautiful roots grow from you, from the bottoms of your feet or the base of your spine, connecting you with the earth just as deeply as this tree is connected with the earth. And through these roots, not only do you feel so grounded, having the same connection, but you can soak up through the roots anything that you need. The same way a tree soaks up from the earth what it needs: minerals, nutrients, water. And you soak up into the roots and into your body what your heart needs in this moment, or what your body or your mind or your spirit needs. Maybe you soak up courage. Maybe you absorb strength. Maybe you soak in water. Maybe you need minerals and nutrients. There's no right or wrong. But imagine from the roots that connect to you, your body, your mind, your heart, your spirit, your aura is filled with beautiful things that are perfect for you in this moment. Just trust. Remember, there's no right or wrong. What is it that your heart or your soul or your mind or your body needs today in this moment? You soak it in through these beautiful tree roots, and it fills you. It fills your legs, your body, your arms, your head, filling you, filling the aura around you. And as this beautiful energy and blessings that you're soaking in from Mother Earth, remember, Mother Earth has so much to give us. As you're soaking this all in, begin to notice that the beautiful energy that you are soaking in from the earth replaces and pushes out anything you don't need. And you can picture this process in your mind if you wish. So imagine you have fear inside of you. Well, this beautiful energy that is flowing up into the roots and into the bottoms of your feet or the base of your spine, it pushes that fear out. There's no room for it. Or maybe you have worries or anxieties. Feel that beautiful Mother Earth energy pushing it out of you. Remember, where there is light and brightness and high vibration, it can heal and release and help us to let go of the other things that aren't serving us. Notice if there's anything physically in your body that you wish to let go of. Let that energy push that out. Maybe any health issues or anything about your body that you would love to let go of or release or heal. Let this beautiful energy that flows up through these ancient thick roots, let it push out or wash over or dissolve, whatever you want to picture. Let it wash out, dissolve, clear. Let it heal, release, and help you grow. So whether it's health issues or emotions or fears or anxieties or worries or anything that you're connected with that you want to let go of, let this beautiful energy from the earth take it and cleanse it or heal it or release it or transform it, whatever you wish to picture. Feel it and see it transforming inside of you. That Mother Earth energy transforms anything you no longer need. Any struggles, any difficulties, any blockages. And it could also have to do with work or relationships. It could have to do with any part of your life. And remember, all the aspects of our life connect and reside in some way within and around our body. So let this Mother Earth energy continue to flow. Maybe you picture it as a gentle flow. Maybe you picture it as like a wave of Mother Earth energy flowing into the roots and into your body. Whatever feels right for you. But as this process is happening, feel yourself lighter, brighter. For as it transforms and washes away what doesn't serve you, you feel a beautiful brightness, a high vibration energy, one that is going to attract blessings into your life, the things that your heart desires. Maybe you feel this beautiful, tingling, high vibration energy. Maybe you picture it. Maybe it looks like sparkles all over your body and inside your body. Maybe you just notice a deep peace. And remember, there's no right or wrong, but trust. Trust in the beautiful healing power of Mother Earth and allow her to support you in the most beautiful ways in your highest good in this moment. So I'll give you another moment, just visualizing that Mother Earth energy coming up through your tree roots into the bottoms of your feet or base of your spine or both, spreading through your whole being, healing your heart, releasing anything that doesn't serve you in your mind, worries, thoughts, anxieties. Just feel it transforming all of that. It washes through your whole body, fills your aura too, this beautiful energy. And as you sit under this tree, imagine if you could see yourself in this moment. You would see a smile on your face, a lightness about you. Space. For when we let go of these things, it creates space. And as you lean against this beautiful tree and this beautiful garden, the sun begins to shine right on you in this moment. The rays of the sun shining at your heart center. And together with the rays of the sun and the space and the sparkling energy that now fills and surrounds you, combined with the beautiful strength and support of the tree that you're sitting under, you feel your heart begin to open. Maybe you imagine a beautiful lotus flower at your heart center, the petals opening to the sky or opening to the universe. You feel a sense of freedom in this moment. You feel a sense of oneness, of openness. And as your heart opens, know that you bring to you those beautiful things that you are ready to welcome into your life. For when our hearts are open, there is so much that can flow to us, so much that can open from within us. Our existing gifts and knowledge and wisdom and talents. So as you sit under this beautiful tree with the rays of the sun opening your heart, the tree giving you support and courage from behind, and Mother Earth below, continually cleansing and blessing. In this moment, you simply notice, holding this feeling, soaking in the magic, feeling the joy and the happiness. Trusting that you're exactly where you're meant to be. Taking a nice deep breath in, breathing into this new version of you with your heart open wide, knowing that you are always supported. Knowing that you are always supported by Mother Earth, by the beautiful blessings that are always within and around you. And feeling that connectedness to the earth with your tree roots. You feel ready for the journey ahead. You feel vibrant. You feel joy. You feel blessed and abundant. And taking a moment to give deep thanks to this beautiful garden, to Mother Earth, to this beautiful tree. Feeling so thankful, and know that you can return to this spot in this beautiful garden anytime you wish. Because this space, this spot is within you. And feeling inspired and uplifted, vibrant and courageous. You take a nice deep breath in, knowing that you have everything you need. Exhaling slowly. Breathing in nice and deep. Exhaling slowly. Starting to wiggle your toes and your fingers. Gently bringing yourself back to your present space. And when you're ready, slowly opening your eyes and fully coming back. Thank you so much for joining me here. Many blessings.
And I'm gonna wait and see if what do you call it? Caption shows up. So far no microphone. We'll see maybe which word my microphone kicks back on. There we go. Waiting. There it is. So starting to get the hang of a few minutes microphone delay. Thanks for that, Leah. That was a wonderful meditation, and I just was thinking about how grateful I am, like just to be present. And I don't know if any of you guys have a special place. Is a little embarrassing, I suppose, but no, a meadow is my special place in my mind. Like if I was going to go somewhere and just feel at peace and grounded, close my eyes and like got a special place, it would be a meadow. So I love the tree and grounding with the tree in the earth. And somebody had commented on YouTube, and I didn't know if I was going to bring this up or not, just about like opening yourself, like meditation being guided meditation specifically being dangerous or something because it opens the door to the spiritual realm. She says opening doors to this realm gives a stronghold to the demonic. And I would, I've done a lot of meditation. I was introduced to meditation when I was just a young boy and experienced lots of different styles of meditation teachers, guided meditations. And I understand that the teacher has a big impact on the meditator. It would be like learning from anybody that you're going to get their influence. So what's the intention? What's the energy behind somebody who's teaching or sharing or giving you an experience? And a guided meditation is, I was just thinking of television, actually. The idea of you watch television and it takes your mind out of your body to another place. And what's going on there? What's the intention? What's the influence there? And with the guided meditation, I really actually am really grateful and appreciate Alicia's guided meditations because they feel very, I feel more peaceful and more grounded and just overall a sense of being in my body more after the fact. Like I'm vibrating at a higher level. I feel lighter. And so I think that goes a long way is who the person that is guiding the meditation is and what their intention is. And one thing I was taught as a child is you can feel the energy of whether it's somebody speaking, whether it's somebody sharing a meditation. And if you were to hold your hands out to that person, that if you're getting, strong heat and like it's almost like you can feel negativity when negativity is around, and you can feel this like light and tingling when it's a higher vibration, a positive vibration. So I would invite all of you to be able like to use your own discernment. We've talked a lot about that on our shows, is to be able to use your own senses to determine and also have your own filter, I suppose that would be the word, so that you're not just being taken for an influence into a direction that you don't want to go. And yeah, now I feel like I'm rambling a little bit. We've got Shadoe Davis who will be joining us, and I don't know if that's immediately, Richard, or it started 2 minutes ago, so we're just going to jump in. And again, thank you all for an auction, which we'll keep mentioning throughout the day. So get your bids in. It feels like a silent auction in that sense that there's a 45-minute coaching call. It is a silent auction. I'm hearing in my ear. It wasn't said on the poster, but now it's a silent auction in the sense of you can email Kathy at notTV for Donna's 45-minute life coaching. And also we've got Susan Stanfield's book, there are 3 books for auction. Get your bids in now, and the 3 top bids will get this book, and as well as the top bid for Donna Scoglin's coaching course or online life coaching, 45-minute life coaching. So you can email Kathy at notTV to get your bid in. And if you have any questions, she can also guide you to what to do. Thank you, Richard, for that. So now we're going to move over to Shadoe, and is also on. So I look forward to hearing you guys. I'm going to get some water so that I can talk for a little bit more this morning. And I'm going to throw it over to whatever is next. I'm going to, oh, there you go. Hey, God, Shadoe, I'm out of here. I'll be back in a few. Have a great morning. Hope your microphones are on and people can hear you. All right. All right. I don't hear you so far, so we'll just talking until people hear you.
What about now?
Sounding good. I think I can
Okay.
leave you to it. All right. Have a good morning.
Thank you, Travis. I can't hear Chad, though.
Come on, Richard. Come on, buddy. How are you doing this morning, Shadoe?
I'm very good, Chad. Thank you for asking. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well. I got some allergies going on, so I'm stuffed up. But that is nothing new for me. It's kind of been a lifelong thing.
Time of year, I suppose.
Yeah, that it is. Yeah, they just cut all the hay fields down around me, so it's that sort of thing.
Where are you?
I am near Salmon Arm, BC.
Oh, okay. So interior. How far from Kamloops is that? I've only been there a couple of times.
About an hour.
Okay. All right. I'm starting to clue in a little bit as to where it is. I'm in Winnipeg. We've had a wonderful Canada Day long weekend for the most part. The past 3 days have been beautiful. We've had like sunny and 25. Today it's a little bit rainy, a little bit cooler, but the humidity, it's killing us over here. A lot of people are feeling the same way you are right now when it comes to the allergies and the pollen in the air.
Yeah, lots of wind out there too, isn't it?
Not really. Not lately.
No?
It depends. I mean,
That's all right.
this is, the prairies can be very windy. There's no doubt, but not the past few days. It's been calm and humid and sticky. And the one thing that people don't think about when they think of this part of the world, Winnipeg, is that it gets incredibly hot here in the summer times. You guys usually think about this place as being incredibly cold, and it is. I mean, when we get to December and January, it could be minus 30, minus 35 with the wind chill making it feel like minus 50. But in the summertime, it goes completely the opposite way for, weeks on end. It can be 32, 33. The humidex makes it feel like 40. The wind dies down. The mosquitoes come out, and it's every man for himself. If you haven't got central air conditioning in your place, man, like you know what you do? You go to the grocery store and stand in the frozen food section for a couple of hours just trying to get some relief, or you go sit in a movie theater or any place that's got some kind of air conditioning, because it gets pretty rough around here in the summertime.
It does. I've been out that way for a while. I grew up in Saskatchewan, and it's an interesting dynamic. I don't know what the actual numbers would be, but I would say that a 40-degree temperature swing in a day is not unheard of, and I would say a 100-degree temperature swing overall is pretty common.
Yeah, not
from winter to summer
in one day. Oh, winter to summer, yeah. I mean, like definitely, January to June, let's say, you can go minus 30, like I was saying, to 30 above, 60-degree temperature swing. And once a system plants itself over top of us, it's different than Calgary. Calgary, like I remember living in Calgary, and the city is, 4 quadrants, right? They got the southeast, the northeast, the southwest, and the northwest. And I lived in the southwest, worked in the northeast there in Calgary, and I remember leaving my home one morning because I did a morning radio show there. I left my home one morning about 4:30, and we'd had a blizzard. And I thought, wow, it's going to be rough getting to work. I got to 16th Ave, which was the number one that cut through the city. And by the time I got to work, it was like a beautiful spring day. There was no snow on the ground. There was no wind. There was no sign it was going to snow. And that was my first taste of what Calgary could be like. Again, there could be a blizzard in the Northwest, and in the Southeast, you'd be untouched. And here it's, once you get a system that comes in, it kind of locks itself in place. You know this from growing up in Saskatchewan. It stays for anywhere between a week and 2 weeks. And that works in the winter as well as the summer. If it's going to be minus 35, then chances are good it's going to stay like that for a couple of weeks, maybe even longer. And the same goes for the summer. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. If it starts to be windy and cold, it's just, that's the way it is.
Right.
Lots of times people are, they're hoping for a change, but I never got my hopes up. I just got better jackets and went with it.
Right. So what are we talking about here, Chad? Are we just going to shoot the crap for a while, or are we going to get into some stuff here? Are we waiting for Susan to come on? What's the deal?
We're going to shoot the crap for a little while and see where it goes. We kind of have a bit of a free range on this show, if we, depending on what we want to get into, how we want to go about it. If we want to get into deep topics or keep it light and fun, it is up to us for today. That's my understanding of it anyways. Maybe, Richard, do you have any other suggestions? We have 20 minutes to shoot the crap. So,
okay, well, throw something at me, man. Whatever you want. Sports? We can do sports.
I'm not a big sports guy, but sure. What do you think about sports?
Sports is fun. Whatever. I haven't really been following sports in the last couple of years because I've got a stance on the way things have gone in the last couple of years. And that stance is that people have been segregated by their status regarding the experimental serum that's been thrust upon us since January of 2021. And there are certain organizations that mandated people have that experimental serum in their bodies before they were allowed through the gates of their buildings to watch a game. And for me, that was crossing the line. And so, and I'm a lifelong sports fan. I mean, being a Winnipeg guy, I've been a Blue Bombers fan forever. I've been a Jets fan since they came back. Fans. And they definitely. But a Jets fan as well since they came back. And even before that, when the Jets first started out in the World Hockey Association in 1972. I mean, I'm dating myself here, but whatever. I was a fan of them, and then they joined the NHL in 79. And, you're a fan of the team that exists in your city most times. And that was a lifelong thing for me. And when this came along, this whole big weird ass deal that we've been going through for the past couple of years, and the separation of families and friends and communities, basically, over this experimental serum, it made me rethink a lot of things. And I thought to myself, wow, if this organization is willing to turn its back on a certain percentage of its dedicated fan base, not allow them in, and there were, extenuating circumstances that went along with that. I know, at least here in Winnipeg, 20% of the season ticket base for the Jets refused to go along with that policy, and they wanted their money back. But the organization wouldn't give it to them. And
that's
they said they would give it back, they said they would give it back in the form of coupons. So you wouldn't get your money back. You would get your funds back in the form of coupons. You could buy anything you wanted from that organization. So they still got to keep your money, and they'd give some merchandise away in lieu of, which was, technically, according to the letter of the law, I suppose they were adhering to that, but the spirit of the law. And that's one of the things that's really been a problem the past couple of years, with human rights organizations across the country altering.
What exactly do you mean by the spirit of the law versus the letter of the law?
Okay, well, the letter of the law states certain things, right? Like you have the right to Charter of Rights and Freedoms. You have the right to peacefully assemble. You have the right
Okay.
to free speech. You have this, that, and the other. But there's been an argument for the past couple of years about what that means. And there's an argument that's been happening between coercion versus the results of a decision that you make, versus the consequences of a decision you make. So if an organization that you've worked for 15 years, say, or that you've been a season ticket holder with for 15 years says, you have to do this, or your employment with us is terminated, or you will no longer be able to attend these functions that we're putting on, and that you have no recourse, so if you say, no, I don't want this on whatever basis you don't want it, whether it's your own personal decision to wait until the experimental phase is over. And let's be honest, I mean, the fastest vaccine ever created before any of this started was for the mumps, and that was in the 1960s, and that took 5 years. 5 years. And that's the fastest, vaccine ever created. And it worked. It worked. This thing came out in record time, and I understand that Trump went ahead and did Operation Lightspeed. But the situation is that you cannot accelerate time. You cannot get results, long-term results, unless you have a long term. So, what's been spreading through the population of our country and every other country in the world, not every other one, but mostly developed countries in the world, is an experimental serum. To be completely honest, we don't know what these long-term or even the medium-term effects are going to be on people. So, if you're a pragmatic person and you say, you know what, I'm gonna look at this in a very logical way. This is my age. This is my health. What are my chances of surviving a case of COVID-19? And I'm going back to the original strain of COVID-19, not this Omicron thing or any of the variants that have come out since the original. I think my chances are good, 99.9%, right? I'm going to survive
Yeah.
this. Even if I get a case of it, I'm going to be all right. I might be sick for a week and a half. I might lose my sense of taste, whatever. But I'll bounce back. So that's my chances, according to everything that I've read. And I'm going back, a year and a half here. Versus this new formula that they're shooting into everybody. And I don't know what the outcomes might be in terms of side effects for this. I have no clue. They don't know. When you ask your doctor, hey, is this safe? They might say, yeah, sure. And then you say, well, what are the long-term consequences or effects? And they can't answer you. They don't have an answer because there isn't one. Nah, just go ahead and take it. It's going to be fine. Don't worry. Go ahead.
I got a question for you on that. I guess depending on how far down the rabbit hole a person wants to go, somebody that created this thing has to know a little bit more about it. Otherwise, whatever their purpose is for creating it, whether it be, ill intent or not, they would have to have some sort of idea of what it would do or what it would, right? Or is it, in your mind, do you think there's something behind it, a master plan behind it, or do you think someone just threw a crapshoot of concoction together and started feeding it out to the people?
Well, I mean, we could take the route of follow the money, right?
Yeah.
If you look at these companies, Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson and Johnson, and any of the other ones, AstraZeneca. We could say, all right, how much money do these companies stand to make?
Oh,
if every person on the planet gets injected,
money,
right? Okay, even if 1/3 of the world's population gets one of these shots, so what would that be? 2.5 billion people, times 2. What's a shot cost? Let's be conservative and say $10. So how much money is that? I know that Pfizer in the first quarter of 2021 made $39 billion US. $39 billion. You can look it up. It's a publicly traded company, so you can go ahead and you can see how much money
Yeah.
these companies have made. Moderna had never, ever produced anything that was consumed by the public before any of this started, right?
Consumed by humans. Yeah, nothing was.
Yeah, right. And if you go back to the testing, I mean, this is the thing that people don't seem to understand, Chad, is that if you look at all of the documents that have been released by Pfizer since they were ordered to release them by a U.S. judge, first of all, they wanted to hang on to these documents for 75 years before anybody could ever see them. All the testing documents, 75 years. What does that tell you? We don't want anybody to know what the hell happened in the testing, right? So, no, judge says, no, you got to release them, and you got to release them in due time. So here's your timeline. And they've been releasing documents every couple of months since that ruling came out. We've found 27 pages of side effects. We have found that they've skipped animal testing altogether, which is requisite in any testing for any drug that ever has been distributed to human beings ever. But, oh no, for this, we don't need it because we have to have it. And then we find out, and the media has been complicit in this too. When we find out, when this thing first got released, all of the, I guess I'm going to call it the left-wing corporate media, as I do on my show, the left-wing corporate media, not mainstream media. They're not mainstream, not even a little bit. Their left-wing corporate media has been saying, hey, if you get your 2 shots for this, you're going to be free and clear. No more worries about contracting COVID-19. You'll be fine. You won't be able to get it. You won't be able to spread it, blah, blah, like any other vaccine might work. Well, we found out very quickly that that wasn't the case, that people who were double vaccinated were still able to quite easily get this virus, and they could transmit it as well. So they changed the definition of vaccine. They actually changed the definition of what it is.
Which when they changed it, that allowed a lot of other things to be considered a vaccine as well. If I'm correct on that, I don't have the definition in front of me, but there is a multitude of other things that now encompasses. So it goes into a different rabbit hole with different individuals saying that they got a vaccine or the vaccine, but from my understanding, like hydroxychloroquine and all that is now, by the changed definition, also a vaccine because they changed it to suit this new whatever this thing is.
Right, and what it is a treatment. It's a treatment, right? When you talk about a formula that can mitigate the disease itself, right? Okay, so it's going to lessen its effects, and this is what they say. I don't know if it's actually true because from what I've been reading, especially lately, they can't prove that whatever this formula is, and by the way, it's a whole different new delivery system for a vaccine. This is not your typical vaccine. This is mRNA, different completely than what we've ever been used to before in the way of vaccines. So if this just mitigates the symptoms of the disease, then it's a treatment. It's not a vaccine. A vaccine is supposed to stop a person from contracting the disease the vaccine was designed for in the first place, and it's supposed to stop transmission of that virus, disease, whatever it happens to be. This does neither. So it's a treatment, and it may not even be a treatment because we don't know if it does lessen the effects or not. I have not seen any conclusive evidence that proves that to be the case, even though you've got a guy like Trudeau running around saying, hey, you know what, I got COVID again, even though he's supposedly triple jabbed or quadruple jabbed or whatever he is now. But don't worry about it because I've got the vaccine. I'm going to be okay. Thank God for the vaccine. How can you even say that? I don't see the results of that. So in that way, politicians, in my belief, have been lying to us consistently for the past 2 years, and the left-wing corporate media goes along with it because follow the money. Right? Mm-hmm. That's all it is. I mean, there's other people out there, Chad, who are going to be sitting and saying things like, well, it's a diabolical new world order. And look, I don't necessarily not believe them. Klaus Schwab and his World Economic Forum have definitely got some weird ideas going forward for the human race. There's people who say that they want depopulation, they want world control. And you know what? I believe that to a certain extent. because if they believe these things, they're willing to do whatever it takes to get there, and they've infiltrated world governments and large corporations all across the planet. Plus, now if this if this doesn't prove my point, I don't know what will. On CNN, a notable left-wing corporate media source, this is on Thursday, one of the anchors on CNN was talking to Joe Biden's top financial advisor. And they were talking about gas prices and if it's possible, if it's sustainable for gasoline to cost $5 a gallon for the foreseeable future. And this advisor, you guys can look this up. I actually Googled this just before we started today, Chad. This topic, and the Google results were funny because, I just typed in liberal world order into the Google search bar. And what came back was the clip of this advisor talking to CNN about it, but it also, the results are changing rapidly. Please check back with us in a couple of minutes, which means they are doing their best right now to mitigate people being able to find results of that. I thought that was funny because Google's in on this too. So is Facebook and so is Twitter and all of the big tech companies in terms of censorship. But that's a whole other question. This top advisor said, listen, these gas prices are part of the new or the liberal world order, and we must defend it at all costs. Let me ask you, what is the liberal world order? And why would an advisor to the President of the United States use that on a media source? What does that say to you?
I mean, to me, the liberal world order is kind of a WF thing. Like, unless I'm not hearing the question properly, that's what it seems like to me. Is it's a complete left wing, in a way, with socialism, communism, control is really what comes to mind. Is that kind of on the answer to the question?
First of all, if you hear the expression "New World Order," which has been used by politicians and highly placed corporate executives for the past couple of years,
over and
New
over,
World Order,
even quite a few years ago, there has.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sure. I mean, George Bush used it in 1990, like the first Bush.
Yeah.
But when you hear now liberal world order, like what is this world order they're talking about? Did anybody vote for this world order? What is exactly the plan going forward? Well, all you have to do is look at the Sustainable Development Goals that are on the UN website and the website of the World Economic Forum. And the very first thing, the Sustainable 2030 Agenda, the very first thing you see in that video, and I'm sure you've seen this video before, is by 2030, you will own nothing and be happy.
Be happy. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I definitely have.
Are not property rights one of the basic tenets of human freedoms? Is that not what we exist for as human beings, to try and carve out our own little slice of happiness somewhere? I want to buy a house. I want to buy maybe an acre of land. I want to be left alone there. That's what we've had in our society for 155 years so far in Canada, the United States longer, and people want to buy a home. You want to have a place to go. They don't want us to have that any longer, it seems like.
I mean, it goes way back to like people that come over and or pretty much any sort of a land. People go out and stake out their plot or their claim to the land, and they set up kind of a homestead. And that was that's a big thing. It's kind of having that secure place that's somewhere where we can call home, set it up, and it's our I guess a safe zone or whatever you want to call it. And that's by always being moved around or shuffled around or always having to rent, like they're saying, you own nothing and be happy, which a big part of it is rent, all the way down to, from what I've heard, even as far down as clothing, you won't even own it. You'll rent it, which I don't know how that exactly works, but it's like it's taking everything away from the people of any sort of ownership or any sort of we basically become a product. We basically become a product, but we basically become owned in a way, a commodity. Yeah.
So if you look at all of that, you get back to the original question that you asked me, like what is the basis of this? What is the motivation of this? They want
Yeah.
world control. So you talk about
Yeah.
the system they have got going on in China, the social credit system, right? This is what they're trying to bring in here
Hey,
now.
Shadoe, I'm just
When we
gonna
talk-
cut you off 1 second here. We're gonna go for a quick commercial, and we'll jump right back.
Okay.
Hold that thought.
Hello to my Canadian rowdy rebels. It is I, the I will not comply guy, aka Blind Joe, and man, I have something super cool. This thing that we're doing right here, super amazing. notTV. You can go online, notTV. If you're watching on notTV, thanks for watching, by the way. I think we can all agree that our freedoms have been compromised, not only here where I'm at in America, but especially in Canada. You know, Justin True Dork. I'd like to call him something else, but this is family friendly, so we'll stay with that one. Has done everything he can to get rid of independent media. I mean, you know, it's not just guns with him anymore. He's after full tyranny, ladies and gentlemen. So what I am asking you to do is subscribe to a platform that cares about one thing and one thing only. That is absolute freedom. All right, that's what notTV is all about. If you want to know more, head on over to not.tv and please subscribe. Ditch that Netflix subscription that you might be hanging on to. I mean, do you really want to be involved with an organization that promotes child pornography? I don't. That's why I shut mine down 2 years ago. And you know where I'm going right now? notTV, baby. And you should too. I'll see you there.
Will not comply. I had him on my show a few months ago. He's great. North Dakota guy, originally. Yep, love him.
Yep. Hey, he just moved back there, I believe.
Yeah, I think he was in Music City for a while.
Yep, that he was. Alrighty, folks, on your screen there, you see different things that with the dollar amounts. If that is something that you want to help us out with, and then you can go and support us in those manners, that screen will come up again later. Those are different costs and different costs that we have to keep this show afloat. And if you'd like to support us in any way, like you heard earlier, you could send an email to Kathy, and we'll be talking about it more and more. So if they need more information, just stay tuned. Okay. It's at the, so I'm just getting some information from Richard here, folks. You said at the end of the hour? At the top of the hour, okay. Okay. Okay, so at the end, top of the hour here, we'll be doing another funding update. So if you're looking for that information, stick around at that point. All right, Shadoe, let's jump back into where we were talking about the Chinese and the kind of their situation in this.
The social credit system. This is something that's been implemented in China for the last few years. This is basically your behavior gives you a rating. And based upon what your rating is, whether it's high or low, and I think it's 950 points that you start out with, and you can go higher or lower than that. If you have a good social credit score, then the credits that you have earned from whoever you're working for will give you the opportunity to buy certain things. Oh, you can go ahead and buy meat this month, or you can have a fast internet service. Seriously, that's how it works in China. Whereas if you've got a low social credit score, let's say you've gotten caught jaywalking, or you've been heard speaking ill of the government, and they have more cameras than they have people in China. So you're monitored all the time over there.
Which is hard to believe. There's a lot of people there.
Yeah, it's very hard to believe. There's 1.4 billion people in China. So think about the amount of cameras they have. You're monitored all the time. And if you do something bad, then your social credit score goes down and you won't be able to travel. You won't be able to buy certain things. That's how they run their society. By fear, right? You're basically your personal behavior dictates, what you should be able to purchase and what you should not be able to purchase, what you should have or can't have and what you can't have. And that's what they want to bring over here, in my opinion. They keep
Shadoe, I'm interested to see what your thoughts are on. Do you think that there would be something like the credit score we have over here for finances. If someone checks your credit tanks, or your credit takes a hit. I had somebody check my credit apparently 6 times in a week, and it just like plummeted my credit. Do you think there's something like that would be also involved in a social credit score, like where it's affected by things that we don't really have
Yes.
control of?
Yes.
That's just
Yes.
totally corrupt to me.
Of course it is, but that's what they want, you know. And you think, well, I'm going to be okay. I'm a good person. I don't say anything bad about the government ever, because most people are like that, Chad. Most people are, you know, by and large, they just want to live their lives, and they don't want to make any waves. They don't want to ruffle any feathers. They'll leave it to
I'll
other
be
people
host then.
to save their freedom. Yeah, well, same here. You know, like you and I both, we're in the same boat when it
Yeah.
comes to that. But what worries me more than anything is this digital programmable currency they keep talking about. And this is something they're looking into in the United States right now. First of all, I'm of the belief that if the United States falls, then the rest of the world is done for. The United States is our last best hope, because that country is, you know, more interested in freedom, personal freedom, than any other country on the planet. I think maybe France could be up there if the people get angry enough, but it's definitely the United States. And the United States right now is I think, divided 50-50 in terms of people who are going to stand up. Matter of fact, I saw a poll. So 1 in 4 people would take up arms against the government if they found it to be necessary, which I went, yeah, good. We're going to need that. Not that I want that to happen. Believe me, I don't. But I'm glad that it seems as though the people down there are willing to do anything to fight for their freedom. And I wish more people here in Canada would be. This digital programmable currency.
You say only
we're
1
talking
in
about,
4. You think it's that
1 in
low?
4 is enough, man. No, 1 in 4 is enough.
It
if
is
you
enough.
think about
It's
1 in
enough,
4,
definitely. But
we're talking about, you know, 70 million, 80 million people here. 80 million people. Like, that's more than enough. I mean, they say that critical mass is 10%, right? So imagine what the Freedom Convoy would have looked like if 3.8 million people, because that's 10% of Canada's population,
yeah,
3.8 million people would have turned up in Ottawa instead of 100,000 or whatever the exact number was. But getting back to
Yeah.
this currency, they want to bring in the digital currency. This is going to be a currency kind of like Bitcoin, except it will be centralized, controlled by the World Bank, you know, and then divided into, you know, the post-national state banks. When Trudeau says post-national state, when he said that 6 years ago, nobody knew what he was talking about, but now we do. Basically, it's a state governed by a world government, right, with no nationalism whatsoever. And that's why they've been trying to vilify the word nationalism for the past few years. Want to make it sound bad, like only extreme right-wing radicals would want to be nationalists. But
yeah,
this,
and they have done that for sure.
they have, and they've bastardized
Yeah.
a lot of our language too. And there's a great story I can tell you that I just found this morning, if we have time. But this digital programmable currency we're talking about, the key word there is programmable. They can program what they pay you, right? So let's just say that the term they use for this new currency is credits. So you earned 100 credits this month from your job, but they're programmed. So you can only spend them on certain things. You can't travel because you've been a bad boy this past month, so we're going to take that off your plate. You can't buy any meat because according to your latest stats from your phone or your chip that's now inserted underneath your skin, which they are doing right now in Sweden, by the way, and other European countries.
They are.
You're apparently 10 pounds overweight, so we're not going to let you buy any pies or anything fattening. This is the way it's going to go. They're going to tell you what you can and can't have. Have you heard about bugs lately? Crickets and whatnot?
Yeah.
Factories?
What are they?
They're turning
I heard-
these, they're rounding up bugs and they're turning them into ways humans can eat them en masse.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a factory
At the
just
same
opened
time-
in Ontario, I believe.
Yes, that's right. And I read that story just a few days ago as well. In the meantime, all of these food processing plants in the United States are mysteriously being burned down or exploding somehow. Farmland is being purchased at an alarming rate by billionaires like Bill Gates in the United States. What are they going to use the farmland for? Nothing. They're just
Yep.
going to let it sit there, right? So you really haven't got the opportunity to buy food. It's going to be up to them what you eat. And
Yeah.
this is happening. It's all happening behind the scenes, and people don't think anything of it. It's because maybe it's too much to believe all at once, and I can totally understand that. Everybody's got a point where they go, I'm sorry, but this is way too much for me, man. That's your cognitive dissonance level. Like,
Yeah.
how far are you going to go before you go, okay, man, hold on, this is crazy. But what they have said repeatedly over the past couple of years, people like Trudeau, even Klaus Schwab, people like this, they said, this is our opportunity, right? So this has all been going on behind the scenes for the past 50 years. Think about how long they have been slowly implementing this. And finally now, they have the opportunity to finish it off and bring it home. And that's what they want to do. So those of us, who are wise to it are starting to stand up and fight back. More and more people are buying in. It's funny. We had a couple of weeks ago, Laura Lynn Tyler Thompson and Mark Friesen, the Grizzly Patriot, were here in Winnipeg. They were doing, and they still are, I think they're doing a cross-country speaking tour. And so about 350 people were in the room. And Mark gets up and he starts talking to the people, and he says, wow, you know what? I'll tell you this, because he's been in the know about this a lot longer than any of us have. I mean, I only woke up to this when I first heard 14 days to flatten the curve. I went, what are you even talking about? 14 days to flatten the curve? What's 14 days going to do? That was the stupidest thing I ever heard. And after that, I went, okay, this is all a bunch of crap. Let's start exposing it. But Mark has been involved much longer. He's known what's been going on for a very long time. You ask him about the Group of Rome, I think it's called, or the Club of Rome. Yeah. You ask him about the Bilderberg Group, Club of Rome, right? He knows, he can tell you everything. And so he said, you know what? I've been doing speaking engagements like this for the past 5 years. And 5 years ago, I would have had maybe 3 people in this room. 3. Yeah. And, it was 350 that night, and it could have been more if we had a bigger room. So people are interested. They want to know what's going on. And I'm hoping that at least that curiosity is contagious and is spreading like wildfire, because the more of us who wake up and see what's going on and are able to put these pieces together, and it's important that we're able to put these pieces together, to see because we're getting hit by so many things all at once. And it's a lot for people. They don't know, what to believe. Look at this story I just got from the Gateway Pundit. This is very interesting. The Canadian government has created a pamphlet to teach school children that Trump's wall is racist and free speech is a common defense of hate propaganda. This is a pamphlet created at the taxpayers' expense. It is, isn't it? It's a pamphlet created at the taxpayers of Canada, our expense, to put this radical propaganda out to school kids. They are indoctrinating these kids, very young age, right? So in 20 years' time, they absolutely believe 100% that the New World Order is absolutely the right way to go, and thinking on your neighbor for jaywalking or spitting on the sidewalk is something that you should do to be a good citizen. And more and more stories like this are coming out every single day. When you put them together, what does that say to people? When you see little kids at Canada Day celebrations in Ottawa walking through a metal detector line, we're talking about 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds here. And there's the parliamentary police sitting there going, with the wand on a 5-year-old. Like, what do they think they're going to find? I don't get that.
Yeah.
And they're fining people thousands of dollars for writing in chalk on the street, "Free Tamara, free Patrick King," who are political prisoners, in my opinion. It's in chalk. The rain will wash it away. What's the problem? I don't get that either, but it's against the government's doctrine, the current government's doctrine. And so the police are doing the bidding of the government, clearly, even though Trudeau says, no, the RCMP is an independent organization and they make up their minds as to what they're going to enforce and what they're not going to enforce.
Well, that's really what
And
it all
that to
comes
me,
down to, right? It comes down to
oh,
the like what the government is, what they want. It really has nothing to do with what the people's, in what's good for the people or nothing. It has to do with this agenda, moving it forward. And they don't, like you were saying with the pamphlet for the kids. Free speech is some sort of a propaganda thing, and it's like, well, no, like free speech is something that is kind of a staple to freedom. If you can't have freedom of speech, well, what is next? Freedom of movement. What is after that? Is it freedom
freedom
to
of
have a
thought.
job, or freedom? Yeah, freedom of thought is that's another one. And there are even thoughts where people are talking about they can implant microchips, or they can even if you think a crime, or if somebody thinks that you think a crime, or if somebody gets offended by what you say, that can be a crime. And it's like, well, we're going to a dangerously steep hill, if not a cliff. And when people, and you're right, you said a little while ago something along the lines of, I hope people see this and wake up to this, because there is that cognitive dissonance that comes from all of this, because there's still times that I'm like, is this all happening? It just seems a little bit surreal. But if people don't start to see the little things, it's like that's how it works. And I mean, go back to the old saying of the frog in a pot of water, right? If you let it warm up slowly to a boil, it'll cook it. If you throw it in hot water, it'll jump out. Well, we are the frog in a room temperature pot of water, and it's starting to get warmer and warmer. It's I really do believe that people need to get out of the idea that everything around us or the government has our best interest at heart, or that crazy things don't happen in our era. That's just stuff you see in movies. I think people need to really, it may take a shock. I mean, I don't know how much more of a shock we need, but it may take even more of a shock. But we got about 5 minutes left here, Shadoe, before we got to get to our next segment. Well, what's that, Richard? Okay, 15 minutes. My bad. I got about 15 minutes left, so that's okay. We're gonna do an update. Is that right now, Richard? Okay, we'll deal with that then. Okay. So, Shadoe, what do you think? I wanted to touch on that just quickly. What do you think of all of this? For the people that have cognitive dissonance, and it just seems like surreal. It just seems like too much. It just seems like when people start talking about New World Order and all the stuff going on, or that the jabs these days, or that they have out right now, is possibly depopulation. And to some people, that just seems like a sci-fi movie or something. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that it could just be all a dream of some sort, or do you think it's all
a
hitting
dream.
home
No,
hard?
what I think is that, you were talking, Chad, about this. We need a shock. And we have had shocks along the way in the past couple of years, but they've been tiny shocks.
Absolutely.
And people, we respond, go, "Ooh, okay, that's whatever. Okay, that's just one more thing we're going to have to worry about. And we can deal with that. And there hasn't been a big enough shock yet for people to go, what the hell? So I always go back to the simplest of these regulations that governments imposed upon us. Back to the beginning. You can go to a restaurant, but you have to wear a mask to walk into the restaurant. And then when you get to the table, you can take the mask off and eat and drink. But if you have to get up and go to the bathroom, you got to put the mask on. And then when you're done eating, you put the mask back on to walk out of the restaurant. So how does that make any sense to
It's
anybody?
perfect. It makes clear sense that COVID only exists at about 5'5" and up.
Right. So that's what we've been saying to people. And for whatever reason, they don't want to believe it. Or during that time, they didn't want to believe it. And now you can say to them, hey, 2 years ago, remember when you could walk into a restaurant, you had to have a mask on when you sat down. It was okay to take the thing off because you needed to eat and drink, and then you had to put the thing back on if you were going to get up. How does that make any sense if we're talking about an airborne pathogen, which is what this is? Well, no, it was about droplets. No, it was never about droplets. And you can talk to any workplace safety expert about this. And notably, Chad, if you want to have somebody on your show who knows about breathing barriers, as he calls them, as opposed to masks, get Chris Schaefer on. He's a workplace safety expert from Edmonton. I had him on my show a few months ago, and he was absolutely brilliant when he talked about these breathing barriers. They're not masks. Any mask that's ever been designed, from a Halloween mask for kids to any kind of mask, a respirator, has got an area for you to breathe through it. These breathing barriers, these surgical masks, they don't have that. They don't have 2 nostril holes cut out for you to breathe. They are breathing barriers, A, and B, they don't stop the spread of anything because of the gaps in the masks. And the fact that a virus particle is this big, right? This big.
Yeah.
The holes in the mask are this big. Those virus particles are going to get through easily as throwing a handful of sand at a chain link fence. They are not going to be held in place by that breathing apparatus. It makes no sense to wear them. They can only cause you harm in terms of breathing, in terms of the oxygen intake you're getting, or in terms of rebreathing your own air, which, by the way, is carbon dioxide. And what's the most dirty region of a person's body? It's their mouth. This is where all of the bacteria swarm. And if you go ahead and you put all that bacteria in the moist area where this bacteria loves and thrives, you're breathing that back in. You give yourself bacterial issues now. That's what he told me.
Which are showing up in a lot of people, actually.
Well, but they'll never admit it. This is where the left-wing corporate media, will not admit it. Now it's a long COVID, they're calling it, or some other monkeypox or whatever they're trying to come up with. And so the more they flail with their narrative, with their storyline, I think the more people are going to wake up. But if we go back to the beginning and we say, did this rule ever make any sense to you? I guess not. When I think about it, well, then let's throw all the others in. What about social distancing, which was one of the biggest, most ridiculous things that you could ever think of? You're in a closed room, right? You're dealing with an airborne pathogen, which can travel 60 feet, 75 feet. It's airborne. It can go anywhere, right? And you're going to stand 6 feet apart from people and think that you're okay somehow. No, that doesn't make any sense either. So there's another rule that goes out the window. This hand sanitizing thing that they've been doing and still are doing. Certain places ask you politely, please sanitize your hands before entering the premises. I say, okay, what for? Well, because, viruses can be spread by touch. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But when you look at the infections, the COVID infections that we've had these past couple of years, you know what percentage? And this is according to statistics. I have no idea how they've been able to measure this, but somehow they've come up with a number. What percentage of people have contracted the virus via touch? It is about 0.01%. And yet they still insist, well, ask politely, that we sanitize our hands before entering the premises. I say, okay, this is just ridiculous. Those plexiglass barriers that you still see at convenience stores and that separate you between the cashier and the checkout line at a supermarket. Some experts have said they create a problem for ventilation, and they will keep a virus in a confined space for longer than it needs to be, thus subjecting the person behind this barrier to a larger danger of catching whatever virus happens to be in the area, right? They restrict ventilation. And any breathing expert will tell you, and I'm talking about workplace safety people, these are the people, Chad, that they talk about, what you need to wear on your face to avoid inhaling sawdust or,
concrete
small powders. Yeah, concrete, all that stuff that you experience in a construction site. These people know exactly what they're talking about, not doctors. There is no doctor that is actual air current specialist. These doctors, when they talk about masks, they have no clue. That's not what they're trained in. Like, once a virus enters the body, that's one thing. But as far as a virus floating through the air and this thing helping them, they haven't got any more clue than anybody else does.
Shadoe, that's a hell of a point. That is a hell of a point. I never really had thought of that before. Like that the doctors don't, when it enters the body and it causes a problem, then that's where they're trained in to look after that person or to help, treat, not necessarily cure, but treat that person. And beyond or before that, like when it actually is like airborne particles, they use the word doctor a lot. This person's a doctor, then so it's like it has this authoritative sound to it, I guess, doctor. But really, at the end of the day, you're right. They don't have any sort of understanding of, like you're talking air currents and different things like that, and how different barriers or materials or whatever will actually create a bigger issue. Like, that's a that just dawned on me. That's
Look,
quite
man,
an interesting concept.
I take public transit a lot, right? So, I mean, and I've done this for the last couple of years. So you're on public transit. And I know in Toronto, there's a lot of people who have been using public transit. And they're standing there wearing these stupid masks. And they're jammed in there like sardines on public transit. Nobody ever talks about this. It's airplanes. Oh, you got to wear a mask. You got to be double vaccinated before you could travel. That was Trudeau's big thing for a long time. And he's taken some of those restrictions away. But still, if you want to re-enter the country and you're not vaccinated, you've got to go through this 14-day quarantine period. And you've got to take the antigen test on day 1 and day 8 and all that crap. But why doesn't anybody talk about public transit? I know in Vancouver, they've got the Sky Train. People are jammed in there all the time. They might be wearing masks. They might not be. But are they not in the same situation or a worse situation than somebody sitting in an aircraft? And how come nobody talks about that situation? This is how people get around in large cities. They take metro. They take public transit. I'm sitting next to a person today on a transit bus. 2 feet away. Neither one of us is wearing masks. And that's the way it's been for the last couple of years, vaccinated or not. Now, if they were serious about all of this, about these vaccine passports and restrictions, then you should, if you were not vaccinated, you should never have been able to get onto the Sky Train or any public transit, subway, whatever, in any city, because heaven forbid you should be able to sit next to a vaccinated person and put them at risk, as Trudeau said during his campaign, the last election. That's what he was saying. But nobody ever took public transit into account, which is probably the biggest offender of all of the travel, the methods of travel we have across this country. And yet, if you took your car to a drive-in church service on a Sunday morning, that was wrong. You were putting people at risk. Now, that's what happened here in Manitoba. There was a pastor who was doing drive-in church services in the dead of winter, minus 35 on a Sunday morning. Families are sitting in their cars. They're not getting out of their cars, right? But that was bad. And so the premier cracked down on that, sent the RCMP out to these people, gave them all tickets, like $1,200 tickets, and arrested the pastor for holding a drive-in church service on a Sunday morning where people were still isolating themselves. So how does that make any sense? And when we put all of this, let's start making things make sense to people today. You take all of these stupid restrictions that have been in place or had been in place for the longest time, and you say to them now, does this make any sense to you about what they did?
Well, Shadoe, it does make sense once a person goes into the concept or starts to open the mind to the idea of the New World Order, because it brings into account that it isn't anything to do with the virus. It has to do with control. It has to do with taking away spirituality. It has to do with keeping people disconnected, right? And so I hear what you're saying for sure. When you say like, doesn't make any sense when it comes to the virus, like they're claiming, it makes zero sense whatsoever. But they kind of keep in the dark the whole idea of there's a whole other agenda that's going on that the majority of people, I think, are either unaware of or they're maybe a little bit too scared to look into.
Well, you know what? If you want to destabilize the society, you got to go right to the core. You got to go right to the roots. And you've got to divide families. You have to divide friendships. You have to divide communities. And that's what they were able to do so successfully using fear. That's the way it's always been. If you look through any society in history that has adopted a totalitarian regime willfully, because that's how these regimes always come into place, mostly, you see that like Hitler did it. Hitler didn't just come in and take over Germany. He was elected. He was rightfully elected. And then he started scaring the German people. And what did he use then? He used the Jewish people. Well, these days here, they're using a virus. It's the same thing, right? Dehumanization.
Or the unvaccinated.
Or the unvaccinated, right.
Yeah.
And so they need a scapegoat, right? And that's the way it's always been. That's what they're doing. That is what they're in the process of doing right now. But I do believe that, this World Economic Forum, these people, the globalists, they're not quite ready to do what they need to do yet. They're not the force that we think they are. They've been using propaganda, but they're still divided. They're still disorganized in certain ways. And we have to understand that we can step up and fight back just by looking at all this stuff and going, this is nonsense. I'm going to say no. People are saying that, and I know we've only got a couple of minutes left, so I'll try and jam this in as much as I can. People are suggesting that come fall, and this is why Trudeau has kept these travel restrictions in place until at least September 30th. Why on earth would he do that? They're going to try and lock us down again using some form of a monkeypox or a new variant of COVID, or maybe it's going to be polio. I'm sure you've heard lately that polio has been found in the sewage water in the UK. Polio, of all things, a virus that's been eradicated for 50 years now. But they could try to use all of these things against us so that they can lock us down again. And what I'm hoping for when they try to do this again is that people go, wait a minute, hold on. Just a second. You're not doing this again. And that we stand up en masse and we say no. Chris Sky said this since the beginning. And I know that a lot of people don't like him because of the way he looks or the way he comes off. But ultimately, it's about universal non-compliance. If we all say no, there's nothing they can do because there's more of us than there are of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the peaceful non-compliance is a huge thing, and it again, like you were saying, it goes back to fear. People are terrified of standing out, and then the social credit score on top of it. And people have that lurking in the back of their mind, and they're like, "Well, if I don't do this, and that social credit score comes in, well, then I'm going to be on the bad apple list." But we got to break through that threshold of the fear and being like, no, not today, Satan. It ain't happening. I'm not taking it. And,
Right.
my neighbors and none of my friends are either. But, I totally agree. Non-compliance is a good thing.
Well, what are people more afraid of, Chad? What are they more afraid of? Are they afraid of losing their business or, losing or getting a virus that may or may not even exist anymore, right? And they've seen it. They've seen how it goes the past couple of years. And hopefully, like I say, they're waking up and they're seeing this is all a bunch of crap, man. I'm not doing this again. There's no way. And that's what's going to save us ultimately. We will. Us.
Yeah. Yeah, we can only hope. We can only hope people wake up. Alrighty, we are at the top of the hour here. Shadoe, stick around. I believe you're coming on for the next segment again. Let's... what do we have here? We have an update, don't we? Hey, Travis, how you doing, buddy?
Hey. Right on.
All right,
right
so
on.
fundraising update.
I don't know if my mic's on.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear. Can people hear me? I'm not seeing the closed caption show up. There's a delay though too, so we will. I'm not. There we go. Yeah, cool. Welcome back, guys. Thanks. Man, this is cool. We're on Liberty, right? The new social media platform here in Canada, and there's like 79 people watching there right now. We got a few people on YouTube watching, and a bunch of people watching on Facebook. So thanks, guys, for joining. And if one of the streams gets cut, because that conversation was a few key words, I'm like, I don't know. Talking about sex.
They can stick their keywords up their ass. I mean, come on already.
Look at the variety
I do agree
we got.
with that. I do agree.
You guys get booted off YouTube, just join us on Liberty. LIBRT. Yeah. .com. So that's
can we get
I
that
like
spelling
that.
on the screen? I had a hard time finding it. I was searching
Richard
around trying to find it, and it's
Yeah, that'd be awesome. It is. It's not Liberty, and I'll create a poster here in between interviews too. Guys, thanks so much for talking about what you're just talking about, because it's, this is what I tune into. I watch a lot of YouTube, and it's tough because people on YouTube, they will get booted if they don't hold their tongue for certain words. And yet I want to hear, I feel like we all need to hear what you guys are talking about. We need to be able to break it down and understand what's going on. And you
Absolutely.
just said about world control, follow the money, and I'm hearing that again and again. We got to talk about this.
Well, this is the thing about it, right? Like, why should we have to speak in code? How many times have you seen people on Twitter or on Facebook in the past 2 years have to spell words differently using contractions or a backward or an A symbol, an at symbol, as opposed to the letter A? Why should we have to speak that way? What are they afraid of that we're going to say? Well, it's mis and disinformation. How can you say that? It's simply a different opinion. It's simply somebody listening to another scientist or another doctor who's got a different opinion based upon the evidence he or she has come up with. If you look at a person like Dr. Byron Bridle, this guy is an accomplished scientist. I mean, he's been dealing with vaccines for his entire 25-year career. And if he has something to say, should it not be heard by people?
Yeah.
I would say absolutely it should, right? And if
I mean, that's kind of what science is
is
based off of.
Yeah, and if it flies in the face of the common narrative or the narrative that the left-wing corporate media and the government wants to get out there to people, so what? It shouldn't matter. It's a different opinion, but they think that if people are able to give their opinions, that might influence other people, and then their world agenda scheme is going to take longer or might not work at all. That's the only thing we can think of. That's the only thing that censorship will accomplish, is for them to accomplish their goals faster.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you guys hear?
Everybody else is a dissident.
Interviews with Matt Walsh, documentary. He created the documentary. What is a woman? And the conversations that people have when it gets into just a logic around truth, and then people feeling offended if you bring up the word truth, and yet they're trying to dance around words and language, and yet we got to be able to look at our world.
That's a really good video, actually.
I haven't seen the documentary yet, but the interviews. Yeah, there's a few good.
Yeah, it's pretty comical, and then you could just see like some of the people in it, how he asks the question, and it's like it should be a fairly simplistic answer, but it either goes way off into a almost a tangent of what they think, or it's completely they almost change the subject, or they completely shut down, and it's like no, I don't think it was that difficult of a question, or he'll ask one question and they'll say
they're offended, and they're offended and they want to. You're offending me. You're harming me with your words. What? I'm sorry, but what?
Yeah.
What do you mean I'm harming you with my words? Like, grow a spine, man. This is what people are being taught in
that's
universities
exactly right.
these days. On the safe spaces and whatnot. The world is a rough place, and people need to be conditioned to withstand it. There's not going to be safe spaces for people. I mean, like, this is the way it is. You deal with the problem in an adult way, hopefully a nonviolent way, and then you move on to the next one. We're all going to have to deal with these things through our lives, and the way these kids are being mollycoddled these days, I worry about the future of our society. Or is it a plan to make people compliant to any little thing that a totalitarian dictatorship might decide will work?
Well, I could see that for sure. Because when people don't have a spine or don't have a backbone, then it's easy to lead them. All you have to do is show them a little bit of comfort or a little bit whatever, and they will follow, for lack of a better word, or maybe just because I want to use it, sheep to a pail. They'll just follow right along because it's comfort, it's easy, and anything else around there is threatening. So then they, don't want to do it. Whereas other people, they find freedom at the end of their comfort zone, and it's like, it can be a little bit rough and tough at times. But I mean, to me, that's part of the fun, part of the adventure. If there was no danger in adventure, I mean, why would anyone go on an adventure? So I mean, if life is just all about being, in a little bubble and nothing ever is offending, nothing is ever, well, for one, I would never grow, and two, there wouldn't be any excitement. I mean, that's kind of like three, that would not be life. That would just be existing, not living. Yeah. Maybe just my perspective.
Everything that you do, just experience and viewpoint on it. Like it's helpful and valuable to hear what you have to say, and then speaking to future generations. We gain wisdom from people who have come before us, and it's really important to listen to that knowledge and to listen to that experience, so that we don't just repeat the past or hardships. And maybe people have a hard lesson in store for them or ahead of them. That's planned or not. It's just it seems to be the path that we're headed on. And so thank you for coming on and sharing your point of view on all of this as well.
No problem, man. I'm happy to do it. I mean, the more people I could talk to about this, hopefully, the more people will go, hey, you know what? I think that guy's got a point.
See, to me, this is
Absolutely.
Canadian broadcast. You're being able to, break down the subjects and have a real conversation. And it's part of our culture. And I don't want to personally lose that. So, yeah, thank you to both of you guys for having such a great conversation this morning.
Yeah, sure.
So Richard wants me to do a quick update, an update on, we got Susan Stanfield coming up next. And she is on standby, and our update on, so this is all about funding today at notTV. It's like the old public broadcast model, which I just seen a clip from, so CBC has a YouTube channel, and they put a banner on the screen and it said CBC is a public broadcast service out of Canada. And I was thinking, it's not really public, it's government funded, specifically Trudeau funded, and they've got their agenda. I want to say agenda, like the Liberal government obviously has an agenda, and they're funding the CBC as well as a lot of other media in Canada. And it's not public broadcasting. Public broadcasting is funded by the public, and it ought to be open and fair, encompassing all viewpoints from every side of the spectrum. So that's how I see it. We're a public broadcaster, and the intention is to bring together content creators to continue free speech, free press, and to hold our democracy accountable, so we have a free society. So we've got two auctions, and I've actually got some notes right now. So are we starting with Donna Scoglin's coaching, one-to-one life coaching, 45-minute session. So in this breakthrough coaching session, Donna will help you uncover your blocks to creating the results you want in your life. Leave with insights and actionable steps to move forward with confidence and clarity. This holds a value of $385 Canadian. The opening bid is $100. And we've also got Susan Stanfield's book, Betrayed. The top 3 funders today will get a copy of the book, recently published. Susan is blowing the whistle on the organized betrayal of natural health in Canada. She sounds an alarm that our natural health is under attack by a highly organized, well-financed, and sinister group of people who will stop at nothing to profit off the decline in our overall well-being. Can't wait to read it. And we've got ways to donate. If you want to donate right to us, you can send us an e-transfer, donate@not.tv. You can also head over to our website, not.tv, the donate page. There's a link at the top, or /donate. And you can email your pledge to realnottv@protonmail.com. And if that's too much of a mouthful, just send Kathy an email, Kathy with a C, @not.tv. And we'll keep having accurate updates throughout the day for you guys. So thanks again for tuning in. You might bounce in and out of the live stream throughout the day, but we've got a stacked show for you with lots of different guests, and Susan Stanfield is up next. Got a quick commercial, and then Susan.
Hey, 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 hey.
Hey, Susan,
I like
welcome
that
to the show
commercial.
this morning. And we got mics about now you're hot.
Okay, wonderful. Well, I really appreciate you guys having me. This is exciting. Hi, Shadoe.
Hi, Susan. How are you?
Good. And is that Chad? Because my screen is covering somebody.
Yeah, that is Chad. How are you doing, Susan?
Yeah, Chad's in the back. Okay. Hey, guys, I'm so proud of you. This is awesome. I, like many people, really discovered you during the convoy because of Kyle Cardinal.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
right.
yes.
Kyle's been such a freedom advocate here in Canada. connecting people and making the push home. I mean, getting right in the line of duty, getting a phone shot out of his hands, he'll stop at nothing, to help
I
bring the
know.
message of freedom. Yeah. So there's a
Well,
bit of a delay
what do
because
we have
you're
to lose? Nothing.
right. What do yeah,
That's
yeah,
right, yeah.
and to have relations now, and you're out in England right now, so too. So I think there would be a little bit of a delay over the sea there.
Yeah, I'm in England, and I'm a part of the movement here. It's really interesting. I don't get into trouble here because I'm a guest, and that's not a good idea. But they were the first to file a criminal complaint at 2 police stations in London, and that's what triggered Ken Drysdale's work, I believe. That's probably what inspired Ken.
Ken Drysdale, he's a Manitoba guy, and he came out with that. I'm not sure how many pages. He was on my show a few months ago, I think around the same time you were, Susan, and man, he revealed a lot just based upon government statistics because he's a forensic guy. He goes back and he digs, he puts things together and says, this doesn't make any sense at all. And now he's getting a lot of play.
Okay.
I think he was on Stu Peters last week on Red Voice Media.
Yep.
So that was really cool that his message is getting out there to more and more and more people. And you know, I mean, Stu is a bit of a sensationalist. So, you know, when Stu says, well, they're clearly, according to these statistics, there was never any pandemic at all. I mean, he may be right, but the way he says it is
Yeah.
you know, a punch in the face for a lot of people. And I think it drives a lot of people away. What I have been doing or trying to do in the past few months, especially, is to try and lure people with a little piece of bread here. Like, I believe, and this is something that Chad and I were talking about before you joined, Susan, I believe that there's people in the middle right now who are just starting to wake up. They're starting to understand that there's something kind of weird and hinky going on, and has been for a couple of years, and they're starting to see the disconnects happening. So if you hit them in the head with a brick, they're going to go, oh, no, I'm going to go back to my safe space. I'm going to go back here. I'm going to watch my TV and my sports, and I'm going to just forget. I don't want to. But if you kind of entice them and say, do you think that this maybe is a little bit weird and there might be more to come based upon this and this?
I have to disagree. I think that our biggest block, I think everybody knows now, right? Come on, let's assume. But my theory is almost everybody knows. Our biggest block, I think, are people like me, if I hadn't been the one to speak out, right? My friends and the world I come from, which is very much part of the establishment, they're saying, but most of them, and they can't because they're tied in. And I happen to be tied in. Friends say, I cannot speak out. I have a friend who is related to a member of parliament who knew at the beginning and chose not to speak out. I actually think we've got to find a way to get the people who know, who are benefiting, who have gone along with this, to get into our movement for a totally different reason. I think it's time for a different tactic because there's a lot of people out there who just don't know what to do because they haven't done anything for 2 years. And they look like, idiots if they come out now, or they have too much to lose. They will be threatened. They will experience what we've all threatened, what we've experienced, right? So that's going to require a really imaginative tactic to get them in. And to tell you now or later, if you want to keep talking, how they did it in South Africa, because this was their problem with apartheid. They couldn't, they couldn't get the whites in.
I think that's I want to hear that for sure. But like what I've been doing is, like I was saying, like bring them in with a crumb of bread as opposed to a tray across the face, because it's a very, very difficult to admit being wrong, especially being wrong about something as important as this.
Well, it's not. I'll tell you, the South African story isn't the crumb. It's brutal what we have to do, but it's the one thing that will work. I did want to make sure, because I don't know how long you guys want me to be here, that I can do two things. One is I have these 3 books to give away to people who make a donation. So please donate. It's why I wanted to come on today. Send your money in. I love how the money's going across the screen. I think I saw that, the donations. And I will ship these tomorrow or the next day as soon as I get the names from you guys as a thank you. And it's so important what you're doing, and like what Shadoe or me, streamers, but we need the channel. We need the distribution. We need the satellites. We need the electricity. And that's what not is. That's our biggest problem. And we never had that. And so this is really, really important what you guys are doing. So please, everybody who's watching, please send some money in. I mean, $50. Come on, what's that? Like 6 or 7 coffees?
Right. That's right.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
And then-
I want to hear the
quarter a
South
tank
African
gas.
story. I want to
Yeah,
hear
I'm
the South
I'm
African
curious
story,
too.
and I'll tell you why I ask. Because this past weekend, I mean, I know you're in England, in Manchester, Susan, and you didn't see this. There was a big story. I'm not sure if it made it internationally or not. That came out of Winnipeg. The Forks here in Winnipeg has been a meeting place in the downtown for 25 years, and for the last 20 years, they've had a Canada Day celebration with fireworks, people wearing red and white flags everywhere. Well, this year, based upon the alleged finding of so many graves, Indigenous graves from the residential schools in the past 70 or so years. Last year, Canada, instead of celebrating our heritage, we kind of looked back in retrospect and went, you know what, we're a brutal nation and we committed genocide and we should maybe hang our heads and not celebrate Canada Day. And so this year, the Forks said, you know what, we're not going to celebrate Canada Day. We're going to celebrate something called a new day. And you can wear your red and white.
I heard you say that. That is so creepy.
Right?
A new
It
day.
is creepy.
It's like
Yeah, new
cultish.
day.
It's cult language.
Yes, it is cult language, and this is how the left has been, as Chad and I were talking about before. This is how the left has been trying to deconstruct our society. It's slow. It's from different moving parts all around, and so we don't.
Well, have
even
you
know
heard
where.
what they're calling it now? Have you heard the new phrase? What they're calling it now? Maybe it's over in Europe more than there, but the new phrase, what we're all supposed to be living under and fighting for, mind you, right? They want us to be allies in this fight now. They're using military language, war language. They're calling it the liberal world order, that we have to fight for the liberal world order. So it's a Putin thing. And I'm like, oh my God, it's a cult.
Yeah, that's right. And so
I'm
if
sure
you
Trudeau
have a way,
came up with that.
it's possible. If you have a
Right,
way,
at the
like the South African model, if there is a way for us to get out of this, and if it's brutal, whatever, but I want to hear what that is.
Okay, so give me 2 minutes on this, okay? So the apartheid regime was designed by Canada. We went there and taught them how to do this, right? To separate the society. And so there's probably 10% are blacks, 10% are whites in South Africa. And this is still true today, right? It's about 60 million people, 10% are whites. And then the rest are blacks. But the whites controlled the economy through the National Party. And it's all about the economy. It wasn't about anything else, right? And so the blacks tried many things. And one of them was a campaign of violence. And we've never tried that. And we don't want to try that. They tried all the stuff we were doing, the events, the T-shirts, the whatever. And none of it got all the whites involved, even though 95% of the whites didn't want white rule anymore. They knew it was bad. They never really wanted it in the first place, like most of the Canadians. They never wanted the lockdowns, the passports and stuff, but we perceive them to be part of this majority because that's how Trudeau spoke. It was just a small amount of tyrants and all the governments that did. And so the violent campaign, which was the last campaign they did before the one that worked, made them really uncomfortable. And they were like, we're never going to help now because we can't condone violence. We don't want to kill the white government people. It's like if somebody went into the House of Parliament with guns, we don't want that either, right? And it really pushed all the whites away. And so the black movement was really paralyzed because they were like, what do we do now? And a boy was shot. And that photograph went around the world. You probably remember him being carried. He was a black kid that was being carried out of a school because they did a walkout. And the white police shot him dead. And that photograph went all around the news wires. And everybody was like, they're shooting children? Like, we didn't know this about South Africa. And then the international community started leading a divestment movement. And they pulled all the money out. And you remember that divestment, boycott, sanctions, everything. It bankrupted the white rule party. And that is the thing that has worked here. So the two examples where we did that was we did a bank run after they froze the bank accounts after the convoy, and the banks called Trudeau and said, "Stop! Everybody's pulling their money out." I had a whistleblower tell me this. 10 million came out in a day. 10 or 20 million came out in a day or two. So the bank run, that's the divestment, right? People were pulling, Canadians said, forget it, you're not having our money. They took the money out. So it was the banking association pressure on Trudeau. And then the other thing that worked, what was the other example? That's such another good example. It's the money, it's the pressure of the money. If we stopped going to the grocery stores, if we stopped paying taxes, if we cut off any liquidity towards Ottawa vis-a-vis corporate Canada, the private sector, if we all stopped paying car insurance. Have you guys seen what they're doing in Holland? Literally like every farmer is blocking the highway with their tractor, and they're blocking the ports now too. So paralysis of the economy, everybody turns around and looks at the government and says no more. And so I think that is a testament of what's happened this week as well, when the travel restrictions, the domestic travel restrictions were dropped. It's that pressure. So economic pressure on this big percentage of the population that is not suffering yet. How do we them suffer financially so they start to feel the heat and get involved with us? How do we do that? The average person. So we walk the roads because then they can't get to work. Trains, whatever. We have to do things that are lawful, whatever, but it's the money. Unfortunately, it's really, that's all people pay attention to. When it starts to hit their pocketbook, then they will get off the couch. So that's a big task. How do we do that?
Right. Well, you know what? Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to jump in. The self-fulfilling prophecy. I was just listening about the four horsemen of the apocalypse last night, actually. And the idea that these famines would come and people suffer if there are these food shortages coming, and people start to get into this starvation state. But I guess the risk is, will the government swoop in time to offset the starvation with the social credit system and give everybody everything that they want? Or will it be a wake-up call for people to be like, this isn't the path that I want to go down. This is leading us. This is a dictatorship, whatever this is. And is that enough to create distress in people that they'll be open to ideas of conversations like this, breaking the spell of the cult? Or do we need, does it need to go to an extreme with activism like Susan's talking about?
Well, I think it's the members of parliament, because that's what worked here. The British members of parliament were scolded and they dropped everything, and they're not hassling us here. They know they can't get away with it with the British people. So if we went to the 338 members of parliament and started threatening them in the same way, in terms of, we're not voting for you, we're going to block your offices, we're going to get freedom of information about your expenses, like they're all cheating and lying. So then they will put pressure. They will vote. We have to vote Trudeau out. We have to depose him. We've got 2 years of him. And that has just happened in which country? Someone must remember, they just deposed I know Horgan resigned, but somebody was just deposed. Which nation was walked out, 3 days ago? We had a deposition, a vote of non-confidence, and the leader is gone. That's what we need to do. There's more. There's obviously more around the systems, but we have to get rid of Trudeau and his cabinet.
The problem is here, and I know that we run the same system of government in Canada as they do in the UK, Westminster parliamentary style. But if we get rid of Trudeau, that's one thing. But the next person behind him is just as bad, if not worse than he is, and that would be Chrystia Freeland.
I don't think so. I know what you're saying, but I don't know. I don't think so. I think he is one of the worst in the world, because you see him at all these meetings. He's always at the G8, the WEF, sometimes whatever, NATO. I think Trudeau is a major kingpin in this. And the other Liberals who are voting on his side in their cabinet, they're more followers. I don't think we're going to see another Trudeau very quickly. Or if you think so, who's going to step into try and do that? And we're actually going to take them seriously.
Well, Chrystia Freeland is the deputy prime minister, and she is just as bought and paid for as Trudeau is when it comes to the World Economic Forum and Ukraine. Do a little research on her. I'm not sure if you've done any background on Chrystia Freeland, but then you've got all of these cabinet ministers who have been lying through their teeth about everything in the past couple of months. Marco Mendicino has been lying that the police recommended they enact the Emergencies Act. Every police commissioner who has been asked by this has said, no, we never did that. And yet this guy is still able to continue holding on to his job. So we've got a problem with the Liberal Party. Many people have said that no matter what party gets elected, it's still going to be the same thing. Let's keep in mind that Stephen Harper's government, 1 month before they lost the election back in 2015 or 2016? I can't remember. But they're the ones that signed the World Economic Forum UN Sustainable Goals 2030 agenda.
Yes.
Before Trudeau
but
was ever
I
in
do
power.
think that it wasn't bad then. It's not like comparing apples and apples, right? It was a different world back then, right? We didn't have the lockdowns. Well, Iceland did it. We can do it because Iceland did it, and they threw them in jail, right? When they did their bank, when they did the heist 10 years ago, whatever. I don't think Freeland can just step in and suddenly be Trudeau. You know, I think he is one of the kingpins that was in the meeting when Scholz, I think Scholz now the chancellor, he was one of the big guys that brought in $1 trillion into the EU. And then, of course, Biden and vis-a-vis Trump, he signed it, the CARES Act, which was 1.3 trillion in 2019. That's the COVID money, right? So the other thing that we can do, and this is complicated legally, is offer MPs amnesty. And that is the success of what South Africa did, the reconciliation in a way. And we could contact them and say, we will not prosecute you if you either come forward or vote or resign or whatever. So whatever it takes. But maybe Iceland is our best example, and they did it.
That's a great idea. As much as people might hate it, I think you're right. If you say, look, you know what, we know you're guilty as hell, but we're going to give you amnesty if you talk.
Yeah.
I think it might be better if we find people who have already run from the situation, right? We've got a guy called Brian Pallister, who was the premier of Manitoba up until last August. So he abruptly resigned his position, and then 2 months later, he was gone. Normally, when it comes to
it's
a
like
premier
Horgan.
resigning,
I think that's why he's resigned, because their sentence, and this is how far I hope it goes, their indictments and sentences will be less if they resign earlier and stop doing this, right? So we could offer that to them. But who's going to do that? Who has the power? I mean, are we going to go with the RCMP? We're going to have our own police? Like, how do we as citizens, we should just study Iceland. Like, what did Iceland do? They figured it out.
Here's the problem.
I want to jump in here for a second.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. With Trudeau, and if they were to get amnesty, they have a group of people behind them that are, maybe coaching, mentoring, whatever, like WF and other groups. If hypothetically, if they got a gun to their back saying you got to do this, this, and this, and then the people go to them and say, we'll offer you amnesty if you talk, resign, that sort of thing. Who's going to be the stronger force? Is it going to be the people saying, well, we won't prosecute you, or is it going to be WF standing behind him, say, because I believe that he's more of a puppet than he is. He's a very well trained puppet, maybe. But do you think he's really going to back down because the people aren't going to prosecute, or do you think that the forces standing behind him are stronger?
I wasn't suggesting we offer Trudeau or Freeland amnesty. I was referring more to the MPs, kind of this second line, the ones that will rat them out. That's what we need.
Take away their power.
I know
I
know one member of parliament who I have an admission. So they could be somebody. I'm not personally willing to destroy somebody's life right now. Like, it's a gray area for me, right? But I know one.
I am.
The other guy is the one I told you about. Shadoe is the former CEO of Canadian Mortgage. He resigned.
Right.
I was told he took $40 billion because he busted Trudeau on what they were doing. So this is what Brian Peckford will do, hopefully, because he's just announced the citizens' inquiry, right? And we're going to have to be patient because the inquiry could take over a year or 2 years, but that's what it will do. It will be collecting all of the evidence for indictments and for sentencing. I disagree with a few things around this, and I could be totally wrong, but I don't think they sit up in these rooms and do spirit cooking and they hold a gun to Trudeau's head. I don't think it actually works like that. I think it's just a series of bad bureaucratic moves towards tyranny that they just can't get out of. And they've gone so far. You know what I mean? Like, I think that it's more, there's so much mess in the governments that the institutions themselves have this momentum. The other guy that we need to subpoena is the Deputy Attorney General of British Columbia, because he resigned very quietly. And I was told he is also one of these kingpins because he's the lawyer and he writes all the orders in council.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting that you say that. I sent you the documents. Was it last week regarding the emails that Bonnie Henry received? And
Yes. Yes.
for those who don't know, Bonnie Henry is the chief medical officer of British Columbia. And according to these emails, Bonnie Henry knew that these experimental formulas were harming people back in March of 2021 and did nothing. And then she persecuted doctors who came forward and said the exact same thing she already knew. So that could be, Susan, why Horgan stepped down last week, because he knew that those documents had just been released,
Yeah,
and he would
I
obviously
think that's
be
exactly
complicit
why
in
he
those.
did. Yeah.
But what we've been seeing
The other
in
thing
the
we could
government,
do, I was just saying one
I'm
more
sorry.
thing. The other thing we could do, which is really weird to suggest, but this is, Western hegemony versus the BRICS. And the BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. That's what this is really all about, right? That's what my book is
Yeah.
about. And I explained it in the last bit. This is about a new financial system. And we could appeal the same way it worked in South Africa. It was the outside nations that forced the pressure onto South Africa. We could appeal to the BRICS and say, put pressure on our country, sanction, don't buy our products. And South Africa suffered for a while, but ultimately they got their freedom. So we could go to China, we could go to Brazil, Russia, South Africa, India, and we could go to all the immigrants inside Canada and say, okay, now it's your turn. You know what? The immigrants are more awake than anybody else, right? Because they come from these
Yeah.
countries.
Yeah.
So I think there's lots that we could do, and we're getting there. We're just impatient because it's been 2 years, but it took 40 years for South Africa to overthrow apartheid.
That's true. But what we've been seeing so one last thing, what
Time
we've
to
been
go.
seeing in our country the last while, when it comes to these travel restrictions, those liberal MPs, the backbenchers, the majority of them were very close to sitting down and saying, we're not doing this anymore. And Mr. Trudeau, if you don't rescind these restrictions, then we're going to vote you out as leader of our party. I know from several people I know inside the Ottawa bubble that was the case, and they're still not completely comfortable with what he's doing. So, as Susan suggested earlier, the more pressure we can put on these Liberal and NDP MPs, not the Conservative ones, because we know where they stand already.
No,
The
they're
Liberal
fine. Yeah.
and NDP MPs, if we can put pressure on them, because the NDP and the Liberals have got this coalition thing going on right now. I know it's not officially a coalition, but that's what they have going on right now, this deal. If we can put pressure on those backbench Liberal and NDP MPs to do the right thing, we might find ourselves in a better position. And we can tell it's already worked. So if we can just keep doing that, like Susan says, then we might be able to pull this off yet. It will take
So
time.
And
we
the
think that the
RCMP,
other
if we
parties
could
are
get
good.
them.
Like the conservative parties and stuff, we're saying that they're good
No, I
parties.
mean,
or
they
they're
went
not
along
just a
with,
different wing of the same bird.
who
Well,
knows? They
no,
went along with
like,
it too. They all did.
right. Yeah, they went along with it until they found and they've all got internal polling that tells them what to do. So Pierre Poilievre, who's the leader, or probably will be the leader of the party, don't think that he doesn't have internal polling that tells him what he's doing is the right or wrong thing. He knows that by standing up for freedom, he's winning points with conservative voters across the country and people who are in the middle of the road as well. I mean, he knows this, or else he wouldn't be saying it. But at the same time, Susan's right. These guys went along with it. These guys went along with the whole damn thing because they were politically frightened. But I do think that Aaron O'Toole, the former leader of the CPC, this guy, during his leadership campaign, was talking about defunding the CBC. And then he turned around when he was elected leader of the party and said, no, we're not going to do that. And he became Trudeau light. So what happened to him? Was he looking at polling? Was he listening to his people telling him the wrong thing? Or was he gotten to by some shady globalist organization? Interesting.
I mean, it's a pretty
Well,
common
and I guess our
situation.
final-
They speak and they go do something completely different.
One final option is we call Ecuador. I mean, did you guys see what they did last week? This is the
No.
beauty of these other societies and Canada is a sitting duck because so many people are so used to buying into the status quo that you just don't look bad and go along. I'm not going to rant. I mean, I was pummeled when I spoke out, right? People like me that, have worked in the corporate world and have lots of friends and go to clubs and restaurants and stuff. People like to pick out. The average Canadian is too scared to, right? It was weird that I did. And so Ecuador, like 1.5 million people on the street, they just protested constantly in days until the government gave in and dropped all of the oil taxes. So can we do that? I mean, we might get there over. Truth is, and you look at throughout history, all these different societies have gone through this, things actually have to get pretty bad. And we're not really there yet. It's not that painful yet for Canadians. So that's a sad truth that things may need to get a lot worse for us before we get more people out. Because people, in a way, are still comfortable. It's not that bad yet.
Yeah, you're not going to be standing up and taking action until you are personally affected. That's my belief. And I think as time goes on, more and more people will be personally affected. And they will, hopefully anyway, stand up and say, no more. This is not going to happen. But I saw an interesting tweet the other day. I forget who it came from. Yep. And it came from a woman in Brazil. And she said, you guys were not allowed to go to your dying relative's bedside. That's when you should have stood up. Like,
yes, exactly.
What else do you need?
And that's the work we have to do as a society. What the hell were we thinking that we would let ourselves be bullied to such? That's the change that we in our country. Who can we uplift the people? Change that I'm Ecuadorian, whatever. We're country, nobody. So listen, I know it's time for me to go. Probably, I just wanted to say thank you so much, and anybody who's watching, please make a donation. This is really important, and if anybody is interested to learn more about Not in My Experience, because I've been streaming, I'd be happy to answer any questions and message me. They're wonderful. I love this organization.
And thank you for having me today too, guys. I really appreciate it.
Shadoe, great to have you on here. And Susan, thank you. And thank you for putting your book up for the donations and the auction here on our funding day here on notTV.
You're welcome.
And Shadoe. Guys, the conversation has been wonderful. What do we go off to next? Or do you want to kind of transition? You're doing a lot of the interview.
It's great. It's definitely our pleasure to have you on, Shadoe and Susan. I mean, any of our guests. It's wonderful to have people on and grow this network and to connect with people. So thanks again.
Yeah, and we're doing a hell of a job. Like, we always forget to talk about that. We are winning and we're not just sitting back. There's so much happening, and we should always be proud of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks again, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Susan. Well, I guess we'll get the show rolling on, because is Richard, am I right in saying Odessa Orlewicz is coming up next? After we...
Oh, awesome. I'll watch. Okay.
Yeah, people are popping in and out of the streams. Thank you to everybody commenting and engaging in the conversation too. I mean, Ellie pointed out, Ellie, I think, O'Toole was bought and paid for, was put in as a fraud. Oh no, who did somebody say early on? Doug Ford stated that to go against the docs was political suicide. I remember that. And just like, I can't be political suicide. That's a flag right there, but it doesn't necessarily touch on the heart of people, right? That doesn't affect me personally. I can still go live my life, even though I heard what Doug Ford said, and yet it continues to play out. Maybe it doesn't.
I mean, I agree with what was said there, that it needs to affect people on a personal level before they'll stand up and do something. And it's a sad state, because we should be able to stand up for our neighbor, even though it hasn't hit us just as hard. But we've seen that with with the First Nations population in Canada, where I really knew about it, and it's just like, well, it's not on my doorstep, so we're not worried about it. And a lot of people didn't know about it, or to what extent it was happening. But in the grand scheme of things, it has affected everybody personally. It has affected. I don't know of anybody in Canada, especially, that it hasn't affected to some degree. And that's the thing, is where is people's point where it's affected them to the point where they actually take action. Everybody has a different precipice. Everybody, to some people, it was a long time ago. To some people, they're still a long ways away from being affected enough to make a change. And it's kind of a unknown of when there will be enough that are affected to that level.
Yeah, absolutely.
But as we do what we can here to bring awareness to it, and have some great guests on to talk about it. There's so many different points of view and perspectives that are epic to listen to. I try and soak it all up as I'm sitting there pondering it all and thinking about it, because it's always good to have somebody else's thoughts and ideas into it, because there's if speaking for myself, if I was just to stick in my own thoughts and opinions, I'd be stuck in a 2-year-old's mind. I had to that's how we grow, is by opening and expanding to other people and their thoughts, and then pondering those and seeing, like, does that fit for me, or does that not? Do I agree with that? Do I not agree with that? But there has to be outside, information that we ponder. It can't just be, lock and key, and this is the only thing that can exist. That's my perspective on it, anyways.
I appreciate your perspective. Yeah, it reminded me of why it's so important to have these conversations and broadcasting like this. So if you guys want to fund this platform and help talk shows like this continue to go, because the funds that we raise go to keeping the lights on with the broadcasting gear in the office, the internet, the phone bills, and then beyond that, creating this, which I'll get a little bit into, but these little, Freedom Box, and I'll talk a little bit about Freedom Box, because that was a really cool project. And then creating new content like this so that you guys stay informed, and we can keep Chad growing. No, me too. I love listening to these.
Yeah, you too. All of us. Yeah. Team effort.
Right on. And it is a team effort. And Richard behind the scenes is about to roll some more video about commercials. Odessa. All right. Woo. All right. Stay tuned, guys. Keep joining us today, and tonight. Oh, I can hear you. Oh, nobody can hear us at all. Richard will get the hang of it. They're 12 months.
Nobody can hear us?
Should we start again from the top? Hi, Odessa. Odessa's joining us. No, you can.
Every time I screw up my show, I start all over, which is about 3 days a week. I screwed up.
You guys pulled through, yes?
It happened.
Oh,
I
man.
probably knocked off your sound, honestly. It's not from my end, is it, Richard?
No, I think all of us. I watch our stream and I can see the closed caption show up if we're on. I didn't even think of looking, but it was all of us together collectively. Our sound wasn't on, so our sound's on now. And I was introducing Odessa with Liberty Canada, and just that you've been doing this for so long, and then keeping up with all the information that's coming out, because there's so much there, right? And that what you're saying, something about it's overwhelming just to keep up, even on a personal level, or
Yeah, because we all have our different passions. Mine is to get the news out quickly right when it happens, it's like I can't function properly until I vomit out what's going on. And so though today is about something different, I thought I'd give a little bit of breaking news that I was just sent this by Dion at Liberty. So Dr. Paul Alexander, who is one of the doctors that's forefront in this movement now, I interviewed him many, many, many months ago. He also was at the James Top event. Dr. Alexander was one of the doctors that spoke to the MPs. So he just wrote an article that just came out saying when he was at Canada Day in Ottawa, not one, but two doctors that are with the College of Physicians and Surgeons in Canada told him, because they trust him, he'll never use names, they know they can trust Dr. Paul Alexander, they too have fake vaccine cards because they know something's wrong. And they did want this information to get out. Two of the College of Physicians and Surgeons. Now, interestingly enough, here in Vancouver, Marcella and James, we've been doing protests, peaceful protests with all the doctors that are whistleblowing, not all of them, like 4 or 5, outside of the College of Physicians and Surgeons. And it was pretty big, and the speeches all day outside their window were from doctors who are in the know. So isn't that incredible? And Dr. Paul Alexander doesn't lie. So that's news to me.
Yeah.
That's great
Shadoe,
stuff.
what are your
Yeah.
thoughts?
I mean, I'd had a suspicion of it. I had lots of people talking about, you mentioned the cards there and how people have fake cards. I know some people that are very well off to do and that travel a lot, that go to different places. And I was curious as to how they were going around because I knew what their mind was like and where they, I had it just from knowing them previous to this whole situation. I had an idea, kind of an idea of where they stood with it. And when I got a chance to ask them, how do they travel? How do they move around so much? It was like they were free to do so. Some of them said that there are loopholes that they could do to get out and like to fly and different things like that. But yeah, lots of them said that they would get fake cards, or there would be different ways to do that. And it was, to me, it was almost like a natural progression that people would, because people still want to have their freedoms and do things, even though they know it's wrong and they know there's something that's going on. But they, it is pressure to follow along, but yet to resist, because if they follow along, they get to continue their life. If they resist, then they kind of get outcast. And I agree with it to some extent, but I don't agree with it to an extent, and that's because if a lot of people do that, to keep their job or their lifestyle, well, then it in a way it's just perpetuating the system. But it is, I think it goes to show that there's a lot more people out there that are against it than are going forward, even if the numbers, show us something.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know for a fact, just because people trust I won't give out names, I've earned that. I know that there's many police officers, there's some people who work for Pfizer, there's pilots, stewardesses, teachers, federal workers, provincial workers. They've all got theirs through people that know how to do it. And it's big business. It's big business across Canada. The problem is, if you see this as a problem, you can only avoid the devil for so long. And now, apparently, a lot of them are not going through because the tech is getting tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. So I don't even think people will be able to do it by the time the boosters come, the forced boosters, because the tech is tightening up. And so I think that day is over anyways. But also, to get on other topics, I just want people to know that, some people who watch all of our podcasts and watch notTV, they think, oh, how fun. This isn't a real job. You just get to go on and do your makeup and hair and bitch about stuff that we all know. It's not like that. I mean, people don't understand. Like, Richard and I will be having conversations at 11 at night, and with Kathy as well. You're trying to get a Mist server up. We're dealing with tech problems, scheduling, interview people that bail on interviews. It is a 24-hour-a-day job, what notTV does, as well as what I do, and what a lot of podcasters do. So, people will complain, oh, everyone just wants donations. And we know that things are tight, but if you can't donate, that's fine. But people honestly don't understand. This is a 24-hour-a-day lifestyle now. And we miss time with our family. We miss workouts. We miss eating healthy. We skip meals. It takes a toll on our relationship. It takes a toll on time spent with kids. My body doesn't like being in front of a computer all day. I'm very, very sensitive. And I know the stress that Richard has, that Kathy has, that you guys have. And, we've poured our money, heart, and soul into giving out the truth. And we're censored. And, my ability to make a living stopped when YouTube cut me off the first time with all my subscribers. And I don't think people understand that this is such a hard job. And there's days when I know all of us just want to take a week off, and you can't, because once you disappear, you're gone. So, I have so much empathy for you guys, because right now you guys are dreadfully in the hole, and as so many people are. And I just hope that people understand how hard you guys work. You can't have a full-time job and then also do this. It's not possible. It's not possible.
Yeah,
Thanks
you
for bringing
mentioning
that up, Odessa. Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, because it is so true, and like this has been going on for a long time, and it is like working, overtime. The computer problems and just dealing with a web server. I mean, that's one thing. Our website's been hit hard by robots and denial of service attacks. We're getting 30,000 hits every day. And you just got to up the whole web server game, and then that's more expense and it's more time. And meanwhile, trying to build out the tech and like what is going on at Liberty Social Media, right? And there's people are involved, and then to keep the broadcasting going. And yeah, I'll be here till work until 4 in the morning and try and sleep in the mornings for as much as I can, and then back at it because the show goes on. So I appreciate a lot of what Richard and Chad and Kathy are doing to, with more people, it suddenly doesn't feel like being alone and doing it, at least, and then being able to tune into your show. And like, there's a responsibility of broadcasting too. That's how I've always felt about it. That's how it was taught to me at school. So we're doing this because if nobody was doing this, if nobody was having these conversations, putting out content like you do, and a lot of the people in Canada are doing right now, then what happens? We just listen to the propaganda, and that becomes our reality. And maybe, hopefully, there's a handful of people who will teach their kids the real history, and then generations from now, they'll find a way to bring back freedom. Or we continue to have platforms like this to like get in our heads what's really going on, have conversations about it, and actually be able to hold the government accountable, see real change happen, and actually live in a free society. So free speech is so incredibly important, and broadcasting is so incredibly important, and being able to speak truth to power. And so thank you so much for mentioning that, because it has been a personal investment for years of time and money and energy. And it's been a family business for a long time. So to get to the place where we're looking at the donors and the subscribers and people who are willing to, buy us a cup of coffee, or at least help keep the lights on for one more month. And then the vision again for notTV of creating it as a business model that can help make it more sustainable for all of the creators, all of the content creators. Because when we come together, it's not how many subscriptions can people afford when you're paying for Netflix. And if you are paying for Netflix and Disney Plus and all those platforms, then you get on Daily Wire, then you get on YouTube, $17 a month, and then you get on, so all these platforms costing money. Eventually it's just like satellite television. We used to pay $100, $120 a month for satellite television to have all the channels. And now you got to piecemeal it together through all these independent platforms. But part of the idea is if we can pool some of that content together and then split the subscriptions out amongst all of the content creators. Then it'll help make it a little more sustainable, because we're all doing the same things over and over. We all got to try and, you know, create these websites, and we're just repeating a lot of expenses, I think, between us all. So I'm excited.
You're talking
about
about
what
notTV there, right?
I'm talking about, like, so every platform that ends up, or every streamer that ends up repeating costs if they're starting their own website or platform. Years ago, I was thinking this is the way it's going to go, is that you end up having a lot of the same expenses that everybody shares, and it might make more sense to pool a lot of our expenses together, and then do what we can just to make the best content we can and make it easier for people to watch and stream and get what they need to know and hear. Yeah, and do that through platform, and then what Liberty's creating in terms of a social network, and we're broadcasting on there, as well as YouTube, as well as our own webpage, and accessibility, discoverability. That's a key part of it as well, isn't it? So yeah, and Odessa pointed out that you had your YouTube channel struck down, and that was a source of revenue. And so just the censorship alone, like, there are hurdles. There are so many hurdles on this path. It's not like getting media money just to be able to create this content, right? Canadian Broadcast Fund, Canadian Media Fund, anything like that. We're not getting any of that. You know, we're not getting, there's no broadcast license involved. There's no government grants involved. And then to be struck down off YouTube, where you get the super chats, you get some of the viewer, you know, the advertising money. And if that's not happening, like, where's it coming from? So glad you brought that up.
Exactly. We're going to jump to a quick couple of commercials here, and then we're going to come back. I want to share my thoughts on what it's like for broadcasting, and a couple of points that Odessa made that really hit home.
Hi, honey. What you watching?
notTV.
Well, I can see that, but what are you watching?
notTV.
Dawn.
This is notTV.
And that is not a cat.
Alrighty, folks, and we're back. There's some funny commercials. I like those. Are our mics on? Should we double check that? Okay.
Did you guys those actors?
That's Clark Robertson, that Don Cherry guy. He was actually on Dragon's Den, and that's the most played Dragon's Den episode. But Clark and we all created that back in 2008 or 9 or 10. Yeah, that was a while ago.
I love stupid humor, as you guys all know.
It's good. Humor is an amazing thing.
Yeah. So what I feel happening right now, there's this, something's going on in the air where there's now talk of, it's far away still, but there are rich people that are seeing what's happening to the country and are slowly considering making investments into getting the truth out. And, you know, when the stupid CBC says, oh, this dumb article, like they know who all the leaders are of this movement, like they know what's actually going on behind the scenes. Well, they might actually, but they said it July 1st, well, the leadership of the freedom community has really taken a hit. You know, they were insinuating because Pat's in jail, Tamara's jail, there's internal fighting. They literally wrote this article from maybe some trolls that were in a couple Telegram groups. I kind of know who they are, but they have no idea, or maybe they do, it's just propaganda, what's going on behind the scenes with not the people that are on the street level doing the hard work, but the people behind the scenes. We're talking about doctors, lawyers, psychologists, psychiatrists, ex-politicians. And there are events going on. Some of them are invite only. I'm not invited to all of them. where they're trying to figure out what to do. They're not the ones on the front lines. Now, the front lines are as important or more. The front lines is what inspires these doctors and lawyers and people to start having meetings. But we are on the verge of awake rich people that might start help funding things, that they'll decide where they're going to put it. And we just,
Oh, I think going into pray that we can't. I hope Odessa comes back. Her signal will come back right away. I really value what she's saying. The idea that there's this shit. Robert Kiyosaki talks about the major shift, like economic shift and transfer of wealth, and new platforms like what notTV is creating, like what Liberty's creating. Those are gateways into a new economy and new business models for the future. Like anybody that, whatever comes out of a recession or even a depression, the businesses that, you know, keep going and then get some investment or customers that can keep, you know, going to those businesses, even if it's a hard time, those are the businesses that emerge down the road. So where your consumer dollars goes is important as well, where investment goes. And Odessa's back, so she can finish that thought. You cut off right where I think you were saying you just pray that.
just everyone needs to pray that the people who are considering this do the right thing. Because what's their millions worth if we're down the tubes?
Yeah.
So
Exactly. Yeah.
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 Yeah. Yeah, I was going to touch on what you had said, Odessa, about, like, you know, people think that, or may think that coming on here is a lot of fun, and it's just you know, all sunshine and rainbows, and you know, in a sense, it is fun. I mean, there is a you know, that element for sure. Getting to talk with people and be out here, it's not for everybody. Some people don't like being on camera whatsoever, but there is a lot of sacrifice in it. You know, I'm going to speak for myself because I'm not you know, entitled to speak for others. But for myself, you know, going on the, you know, the adventure to Ottawa, it was a lot of fun, but it was a lot of cost. You know, I'm still dealing with a busted truck, to trying to get that fixed. And, you know, and there's a lot of things that I missed, you know, when we come back from Ottawa and doing these shows. You know, oftentimes I'll fall asleep either at my desk or on the couch watching, you know, doing research and reading or watching videos, and I'll wake up and I'll just hit, you know, play again. And lots of times they stopped inviting me to go for dinner, or they stopped inviting me or asking me to go to fires and stuff, because they know that I won't, you know, that I have a show to do. And, you know, it's even my family came and visited, or my dad and my sister came to visit, and they got here about, I don't know what it was, 10, 15 minutes before the show. And I said, I have a show to do. And you know, some of the people like that I live with, they were like, really? Your family come all the way from, you know, whatever, 16-hour drive, and you're going to go do a show? And I said, yeah, that's what I agreed to do this. And, you know, it isn't because I like to do it. It's because there's a purpose behind it, and there's a need for it. And it isn't something that I'm going to waver on just because other things come about, right? Sure, it would be nice to have spent an extra hour with my family that day, and it'd be nice to go to these, you know, like evening fires or barbecues or whatever it is. But when I started this, it was a commitment to the people, to the viewers, so that, you know, they can, you know, count on me. And I think that's what a lot of, you know, I'm sure, Odessa, you feel, you know, some of that same way, is that people, you know, we agree to do this so that we can be counted on to bring information. And, you know, Travis, you spend countless hours, you know, putting up these, you know, with the tech problems and all the stuff that you do. And like I say, I'm not going to go into what you do because I don't even understand half the stuff you do. Tech stuff is not my forte whatsoever. But, you know, all those things we've given our, you know, a lot of our life, in a sense, to do these things. And yeah, so when it comes down to the, you know, the crunch time of paying bills and all that, it's tough when it's like, well, you know, having a full-time job and doing this is really difficult. Like right now I do work part-time in another place just so I can cover my costs. There's a lot of time spent. There's a lot of spice put in to put out these videos. And I hope that people out there watching do see this, and if people out there with with investment money and they're interested in investing in something, I hope they do see that the sacrifice and the commitment that is put forth to have this continuing. I don't know if I've had a couple of days off here and there, but since we left for Ottawa, it's been nonstop with this. And Travis and I have been, Travis, Kathy, Richard, and I, and then we've got Odessa and everybody else. It's we just go and go and go, and I guess some recognition in the sense of having viewers is incredible, and I wish that could be enough. I wish that just having viewers could fund my and all of our expenses, but it isn't. For us to continue going, we got to be able to keep the lights on in the office. We got to be able to keep the internet connections alive, and pay for the tech gear and our time to put all this stuff in to keep this going. So that's it hit home for me, Odessa, when you had mentioned we give up a lot of things for this, and multiple people now have come to me and said, like, they know when I have a show that I'm not going for coffee, I'm not going for a barbecue, I'm going to the show, and it's it's a sacrifice for sure. So that's my piece said on that.
When I had my second strike on my big YouTube channel, the one that got taken down, I had to decide, well, can I pull back a bit, not risk a third strike, and maybe tell 2/3 of the truth, kind of like the way some conservative stations try to do, where it's like, can I just on YouTube rein it back somehow, and meaning go against my integrity and not say the full truth, not show all this and that and these doctors' reports. And I know that I have a calling from God that no, you're not here to censor yourself, and you're going to be fine. I can't censor myself. That's not what my job on earth is right now. So you just kind of keep going. You keep telling the truth. You keep getting knocked down. And I had some thoughts last night, like, at what point is it dangerous for me to be speaking out, and you guys too? At what point is it going to destroy what I have? At what point am I going to get sued? And I've just decided that I'd rather pass away knowing I did everything I could and I pushed it to the very edge than I sold out and I just started to quieten down and make money on YouTube by just being a little more behaved. And it's just not in my genes. I guess that's why Norb created Liberty, so that we can all go there and not get taken down. But, we have these conversations with ourselves, and I'm like, no, the problems on planet Earth right now are because money always talks. And there's not enough people saying enough. And that's what they want. They want to say, we'll pay you off for your integrity. And I'm just another sellout if I do that. And so instead, I'll just keep getting taken down. And I'm happy if I got out a certain amount of truth. They took the episode down, but it was too late. Someone downloaded it or it's already on Liberty. So, we have these ethical things we go through ourselves as well, right? We're still human, and people think, oh, you and Norb, you guys have just got it all together, and you guys are just this shining couple. Well, no, behind the scenes, we were supposed to spend the weekend together this past weekend because it's my birthday weekend. And, it's July 8th is my birthday, but Norb's like, we've got to unplug. We've got to do this. Well, no, we ended up working. We went out for 2 hours together because scheduling and news coming out, and he's going back to Kelowna. So July 1st, we worked right through, and we're still working. And so, yeah, I just want people to understand that it is not always fun. There was one time where I had the worst migraine. I actually thought I was going to throw up. And I said to Norb, I can't do this to Richard. I can't fail an hour before a show. I have to get through it. So I was literally, I don't like taking stuff. I was literally hopped up on so much medication just to get through the interview because I didn't want to screw notTV, and we're all helping each other. So yeah, it's not all like shits and giggles, right?
Here.
Yeah. And I like to, Chad and I've kind of found, I'm appreciating like the days that we can piggyback, and jump, take turns and all that too, so that, there is, because life and balance is so important too. And maybe that's a part of growing and expanding as a broadcasting team, if you will, too, is that the ability to find some harmony and allow each other some of that freedom to be able to keep putting information out there for people, but also give each other a break. Because when we're doing our YouTube channels in isolation and silos too, and then trying to grow a channel, it's a lot of investment of time and continually showing up like that. So yeah, I want you both to still have the best life that you can, but I resonate a lot with what you just said, Odessa, with just, being able to keep showing up. And there's something else that jumped out and then it slipped right out of my mind, but it's, thank you for everything that you do. And for people listening, it isn't just, a fun thing that, it is, like, there's a benefit to it, but it's also a responsibility with it. We're not here just out of personal pleasure. That's what I'm trying to say. Right.
Yeah.
Before I go,
Definitely.
I know Anita's coming up. I don't want to mess up your schedule. One thing Susan said, it was great information. I want to meet Shadoe. I've not met him. I think we follow each other on Twitter. I'm like, why have Shadoe and I not met? But anyways, I love him. Love Susan. Susan and I used to do stuff together when she lived here. Susan mentioned, or one of you guys mentioned, that what they did in England or the UK with taking the criminality of what's going on to the police stations. Well, that actually was done here about 6 times by Tanya Goff and Action for Canada. And Tanya has been going to the big wigs at the RCMP and actually going, here's another update. Here's the Pfizer dump. Here's more criminal activity. And they say, okay, we'll try. And then nothing happens with it. So she's been doing that since before the people in England did that. And she sounds like she's getting traction with them. And then all of a sudden, nothing. It's just so corrupt here.
Wow. So the story, it's like that's part of what we're doing, I feel, and like what you're doing specifically, Odessa, and other people who share the news and information that's coming out, because there's no, we need a timeline of events, but it's continuity. It's like you watch the news and you see a story unfold, and then it builds, and then it keeps going, and then it plays out in the public mind as this continuity of events. And yet some of the things happening behind the scenes, like what you just mentioned with Action for Canada and being able to serve the police, if it's not broadcast on a daily basis, there's a break in the continuity, and it feels like, oh, well, did that happen? I don't remember. Is it still going on? I don't know. And we need to be able to have those daily conversations so we can hear and see it build and know there's a continuity, that it's actually moving forward. And I think we need the public and all of us.
And it puts pressure on them too.
It does, doesn't it? Put pressure on the public, the officials, right? And that what you're saying, Chad?
Like first say the officers being, the police force being served all this, this information and whatnot. If that was, continually talked about and broadcast and whatnot, it's hard to ignore that. Whereas if just a couple of people or one person or one group talks about it or serves them, and then, it's like, okay, there's not a bunch of heat there. But if through these different platforms, and that can be on all different spectrums, and not just for that one situation, but if these are talked about over and over and over again, more and more people hear about it, and the conversation builds, well, then it cannot be ignored because there's too much heat, right? And I think that's a massive role that we have, and in a large portion too, we put ourselves in the crossfire by doing this. And I don't know if a big portion of the population of the viewers realize what that's like, because we don't have big corporation funding and backing and security or nothing. So it's like we're I mean, I kind of I don't know if it was you or Travis or Odessa mentioned the front lines. Depends on who you ask. I mean, for myself, I would agree with it, but I think that we're on the front lines in the sense of this is a war. It's just not the same war as we've seen in past times. It isn't bombs dropping. I mean, at least not in Canada at the moment. It isn't bombs dropping and troops rolling through town, but it is nonetheless, it is still a war. And we in this situation are the soldiers. And if there was a war going on and people knew that if the soldiers were losing, that their house would get mowed over, that they would get shot or taken to a camp or whatever it was, they would probably be supporting. But a lot of people don't realize just the grip that we're in right now. If everyone was like all of us, doing the broadcasting and stuff, if we were just to take a step away and be like, you know what, I'm going to go on a holiday, I'm going to go to the beach, and whatever, it would go dark, and people that would be watching would realize real quick that we, in a large sense, are the infantry that is holding back what is coming our way. Because if we all disappear, if all, again, and the evil powers that be realize that there's no heat being brought by the information that we share, we talk about, they have free reign. They could just walk right in and march right over anybody. And then the regular or the normal population, the civilian population in a sense, would realize like, whoa, those people were standing in front of us, giving us the information, taking the hit, putting their names out there, standing on the front lines, and we should have supported them a little bit more. That's how I see it, because it is, we are a war. I mean, in multiple different aspects. It's a psychological, it's a biological, and heaven forbid it becomes a kinetic. But it's it is in other parts of the world, and it very well could come to a kinetic if it doesn't change sooner than later. So, and that goes for people with big, with that have investing money. What, like Odessa, you'd mentioned, what is that money worth? If we're all down the crapshoot and you got a social credit score and now all of it's gone, and maybe some people are worried about the social credit score, and that, if they play nice and be good, well, then maybe they'll be able to keep their money and their status and all that. It may work for a little bit, but I highly doubt that any of those groups that are coming to doing what they're doing are going to give two rips about your status or your money. If what they want is power, they're going to come and get it, and it doesn't matter who you are, what you are, or what status you have. It's we either have freedom or we don't. I don't believe that there's any middle ground, unless you're a complete sellout and you go stand on their side. Even at that, when you stand with thieves, you're likely to get stolen from. So, when you're for anybody out there that thinks that they can just skate by and get to the other side, or stand on the other side. You're just dancing with the devil at that point. So, and I mean, again, that's my opinion. I'm not going to say that's everybody's opinion, but that's how I see it. And, and thank you, Odessa. Thank you, Travis. Thank you for, everybody else that's out there for doing what you do, because, I got family. I'm just like everybody else. And, we had my little cousin on the show a little while ago, and it's like, there's some pretty precious, people, times and all the rest of it out there that I personally would like to see continue. I personally would like to have a family and kids one day and have that peaceful time, and I think in some way God, made it so I don't have that right now, because this is what I'm supposed to do right now. A bit of a calling for me to do this. And because I wouldn't be able to, if I had kids and a family and I had to work and stuff, I wouldn't be able to do this. At least not to the extent that I do in the research and whatnot. And so I think that, and if I'll put it this too, if it got worse, I will go deeper. I will do what it takes, because that's the role I'm in. And so for people that are out there that are not in, the position that, say I am, or you, or Travis, or Odessa, or the other people out there that are doing these shows, if you can't, go out there and be on the front lines, then at least support the front lines in some manner. And viewing, like I said, is incredible, because without the viewers, we don't really have anything to do. And I wish that, viewership was enough to support us.
Yeah. Thank you, Chad. Wondering if Odessa, if you have any final thoughts on that, because I watch you too all the time, so I really love being able to stay updated and get some new ideas into my head from all the work that you both do on your shows. So yeah, I just want to thank you on that, and the fact that it's a war, and we're being reminded of that. I can hear the other side chirping away, saying, freedom, what are you guys talking about? You already have freedom. And it's just maybe a misconception, because there's I don't want to go into that right now, but there's a bit of a debate, I suppose. So Odessa, do you have any final thoughts here with us?
Well, as usually my mind is churning, and actually, no, I just want to do one more thing to update people because that's what I do. When you mentioned how great it is that there's people that can update Canadians and Americans and the rest of the world because they're going to be facing the same thing, Australia already is. Like, who is going to say, oh, this is what's going on with Tanya Gaw? And I just want to update one more thing that Tanya just put out an open letter. She sent it to me. I think it's an open letter. I think it's on Action for Canada. I could be wrong. Maybe she just sent it to me. But she has now informed the RCMP that, okay, you guys have ignored this for so long. You know what the truth is. Now you guys are criminals. And now you guys, there was some big legal term she used. Now you guys are now liable for a fall. And now you can be sued and blah, blah, blah. Well, Oregon just stepped down. We don't, what does this mean? Oregon just stepped down.
Mm-hmm.
So there are things happening. I don't know, but it's getting, our side is actually winning while it's losing dreadfully at the same time because they have to just jam pack and speed up the agenda because it's crumbling. So it's like as we go faster and we gain more traction with the right people that can actually do anything, they are jam packing the digital and this and that, and it's this war of who can get the sunset first. So it's very exciting on our side, but then you wake up to now what have they done? And so this is why in the Bible it says all the darkness will be brought to light because they're speeding it up. That's my final thought.
Well,
It's definitely being brought to light.
yeah, that's really interesting, and it just reminded me of a video shared. So CBC did an interview. This is a little bit surprising with a doctor who started to say that the mandates don't, the travel restrictions, it doesn't make any sense. And through the conversation, she just brought light to how a lot of it doesn't make sense, and it was a bit of a surprise that was one of the first interviews I've seen on any platform like that. So I don't know if it was the reporter that just allowed this person to be on or what the circumstances were, but it was a little bit refreshing to maybe see things starting to shift or go in a different direction. My mind automatically goes to, okay, what's the agenda? What's the real reason for this? Are they trying to steer the narrative in a different way? Like, why are they doing this now? Or does it every once in a while?
It's because you freedom fighters out there that are making comments on every single newscast and every single written article where 80% are liars, why aren't you telling the truth? They're under a lot of pressure. They have to turn off comments. That is one of the best ways to get CBC to go, they don't believe us anymore. So they're giving us little crumbs of truth, just so they don't tank and their viewership's down. I mean, I have seen mainstream articles that's garbage, like you might lose your baby if it's too warm outside, or when you're gardening, you could have a heart attack. What's giving me hope and why they're rushing the agenda, I think, is that the comments, and it's not from people I know, are give it up already. So there is a serious war that's intensifying on both sides.
Yeah. Wow. Well, thank you for continuing the good discussion, having shining light on it. And I'm curious to see how this plays out now too, then with Action for Canada, what their work they're doing. And yeah, John Horgan just stepping down, resigning. The tweet came from the Prime Minister's office. Congratulations on your retirement. And then I look and he resigned. He didn't retire. So something caused him to leave for sure.
Yeah, well, he's still in power. Goofball comes up, so yeah.
We'll keep following it. Chad, I'm going to wait for Richard to say what's next in my ear. I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, that's an interesting situation now. They with the guy stepping down like that, Odessa, you were mentioning that there's a lot of, there's stuff happening and it's intensifying on both sides. Don't remember who mentioned it, but I don't think we've hit the heat that we got to hit yet. I don't think we've gotten to the point where it's affected people hard enough or strong enough yet. But I do believe there are things that are happening on the good side of things, and there's undoubtedly things happening on the other side as well. but in order to get out of, the decades of centuries of indoctrination, it isn't, it isn't just going to be a little bit of wake up. It for some people, it's going to have to be a straight up, punch in the face before they realize, like, wow, there's something wrong here, or I've been lied to, or because there's some people that are so asleep, and the guy stepping down, and it being, because by the sounds of it, I haven't looked into that one a whole bunch, but by the sounds of it kind of being covered up as a retirement so that people see it. I think there is a lot of good things that are happening, but people don't see it because it gets masked as retirement, or it gets masked as what this or that, which isn't. Where when people see stepping down, that raises a question as why. But when you hear retirement, it's like, okay, retired, he had enough of that job. But I do believe there's a lot of good things that are happening, and without people like ourselves and groups like ourselves, Liberty and notTV and all the rest of them out there, people wouldn't know that, people wouldn't hear that, and people wouldn't, because it's our job to look into those things and break it down into like what actually happened to the best of our ability. And if we don't do that, then a lot of it just goes by the wayside, and people will lose hope. I believe that people would lose hope to the point where they would just give up and be like, yeah, there's nothing left for us to do, and it just is what it is. Whereas, by showing these things, from Action for Canada and all the rest, that there is hope, that there is something happening. And if we dig it up to the point, where we can see it and dig the evil things up and shine light on them, it looks scary, it looks wild, it looks, and sometimes it looks unbelievable. But when we do that, I think I believe we have to face the situation and the problems head on in order to get through them. It's not something that we get to deviate around or over, or, just take a different path. We have to go head on into them and discover, break through all this stuff and then dispose of it properly, instead of just, getting past it and be like, okay, that's in the past now. Okay, we're good, because it'll just sneak up and bite us in the ass in the future. So I think we have a bit of a haul yet to go to get through all this, but it's, as long as there's good men and women along the side of freedom, I do believe that we will prevail.
Me too.
Well said. Thanks, Chad. Thanks, Odessa.
Thanks, guys. It was fun.
Thank you, Odessa.
See you on the next one. Chad,
What do we got?
funding. We got a couple of commercials coming up. Our video. Video. Will, what comes up? Funding after the video. I think we got a video next. All right. So we'll enjoy the next half hour, and we'll see you guys shortly.
Hello to my Canadian rowdy rebels. It is I, the I will not comply guy, aka Blind Joe, and man, I have something super cool. This thing that we're doing right here, super amazing. notTV. You can go online, notTV. If you're watching on notTV, thanks for watching, by the way. I think we can all agree that our freedoms have been compromised, not only here where I'm at in America, but especially in Canada. Justin True Dork. I'd like to call him something else, but this is family friendly, so we'll stay with that one. Has done everything he can to get rid of independent media. I mean, it's not just guns with him anymore. He's after full tyranny, ladies and gentlemen. So what I am asking you to do is subscribe to a platform that cares about one thing and one thing only. That is absolute freedom. All right, that's what notTV is all about. If you want to know more, head on over to not.tv and please subscribe. Ditch that Netflix subscription that you might be hanging on to. I mean, do you really want to be involved with an organization that promotes child pornography? I don't. That's why I shut mine down 2 years ago. And you know where I'm going right now? notTV, baby. And you should too. I'll see you there.
You're watching notTV.
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 You're watching Not TV.
You're watching notTV.
Hey, we're live now in Calgary. I'm here with Jendi. How's it going?
What's going on, buddy?
And we have Chad and I just finished the leg from the lower BC. Is that what they're calling it?
Yeah, lower BC leg. Yeah.
And then the North BC leg.
Yeah.
They kind of got broke up. They're coming out of Edmonton now. A big crowd here in Calgary, Alberta, starting to form. Global's out doing their thing. And what else? We got some people that are making some commentary on Global and the mainstream news here. So here's the crowd down in Calgary, Alberta. People gathering for unity, solidarity, freedom. And we're here as Not TV. This is Not TV. This is the internet. You're watching the internet live right now. I'm sure like tons of other people doing their lives, doing their Facebook streams, Instagram streams, YouTube, anything you get your hands on, just start broadcasting, because that's the world we live in today. You're live or you're not, so it's kind of like you're telling your own story or somebody else is telling it for you. That seems to be what's going on. Lots of cameras out, lots of different media out. This is quite the event. Travis Cross with Not TV. How's it going today?
Not too bad. How are you?
Good, good. You're with Global News?
Yeah, Global Calgary.
Yeah, excellent. What's happening here today?
Well, we got a convoy moving across the country, heading to Ottawa to protest. I thought it was the mandatory vaccine requirements for truckers, but it seems like it's for a whole bunch of different things. So.
We had heard it's something about like road conditions or potholes.
No, that's not it.
No, did you hear that as well? Or?
I think, well, a few people who have come here to support this convoy have said that. I think that might have been a misunderstanding with a different protest in BC or something like that. That's not what this is.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah, and I heard Toronto something about potholes. So
okay.
It's a nice chilly day out here. You're out here just trying to get a point of view across. I take it.
That's the hope. Yeah, we obviously there's a lot of people out here, so we're trying to talk to the folks who are here who are supporting it to get their point of view, and some have been very gracious with their time and chatting, and others haven't been, but that's how it is, you know.
Yeah, I hear you. And I just got to ask, because there's so much contention right now between social media and the mainstream media.
Yeah.
Like, what's the feeling behind that, and how do you manage to get through that every day? We're at the end of the day, we're all humans, but there's this big division amongst us today.
You nailed it there. It's definitely a division, and it's hard as like a local broadcaster, because you live in the city, you know the people who live in the city, you talk to them and you care about them, and I think it gets conflated with what is much larger network news, and we're just trying to tell Calgarian stories. So yeah, I understand some people are frustrated, but and the social media thing, that's offers another point of view as well, so it's good to see.
What would you like to see, or just for people to know, even when it comes to media and the world we live in today?
There's so much information at everyone's fingertips that it does require some work. You need to look at, if you see something on one site that you're like, oh, that's crazy, and maybe just double check with multiple sources. That's all I would say.
That's fair. And I'm sorry, I'm living in BC today, so I don't know your name.
It's Blake.
It's Blake. Blake, I'm Travis. Nice to meet you.
Travis, good to meet you.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Cool. Yeah, have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
Are you following the convoy? Or?
Yeah, I am. We're headed to Ottawa.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, so just left Salmon Arm yesterday.
Oh, cool.
And it's, yeah.
We don't know what we're going to get. What's that?
Yeah, so Not TV is actually the organization.
Okay. Not TV.
Yeah, Not TV, and it's all backwards on Facebook. But we had started in Calgary about 10 years ago. Like, I went to broadcasting school. I went to Mount Royal, and I'd worked at City TV and Global myself, actually.
Oh, no kidding.
And then I just became an independent and started doing some documentary work and reality TV production.
Oh, wow, good for you.
And then this was born out of a need again of just like being able to get
additional voices out, and I see what some groups are doing online, but it goes back to my training of like fair, balanced journalism, trying to be as objective as we can, and it's challenging when it's a corporation, right? It's just the business model is challenging, I'd say, when it comes to news and
and the speed at which news moves, it's crazy, you know, like but there's still plenty of really, really good journalism happening out there. But yeah, kudos to you. That's awesome. Good for you.
I appreciate it, and I think part of it, Blake, is just remembering like there's people at the end of the day, because like you want to do your job as a journalist, and I know people try to get their voices and stories out there, and we don't want to forget that. But sometimes there are different motives at play, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I think it may get overblown sometimes, but I see what you're saying there. Yeah.
All right, well, have a good day. Are you here for a little while reporting?
Yeah. Well, until they pull out, we're gonna, which I think should be coming up somewhat soon, I think. But yeah, no, we're here all morning. Okay. Yeah.
Well,
good to meet you.
Take care of yourself. Have a good day.
Yeah. You too.
Yeah, right on. Where do these shirts come from? What is this representing?
This is Pastor Archer started what they did in Poland when they ousted the government there, and took the that same movement here, and it's been all over the world. It's been in parades and protests in Australia to Europe now, so it's going very well.
What's the message here for Canadians today then? What's significant about like how the last year and a half has sort of developed into today and this moment?
We have to redo the government and get rid of those people running the corporations of Canada and all the corporations of the country, and take back our power because they're abusing it.
So like when it comes to people and how these decisions from government and policy and even lobbying the government, corporations, that sort of thing, is that kind of what you're getting at? Like it affects people, but we're just, who has the power here?
We do if we, if we keep it. But we're used to being told what to do, and that's been the challenge. Because people really do have the power. But
because in a democracy, it's not just about listening to people in an authority position. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. And if people only knew what power they had, we could accomplish so much more and keep these politicians in line. But that's a challenge. But I believe this truck drive to Ottawa is gonna it's gonna be huge, and it might shock people and going, whoa, because I believe they're already worried what's gonna happen when they all arrive in Ottawa. They're gonna, how do you stop thousands and tens of thousands? That's the power. That's what they did in Poland. Back then, millions went in the streets, finally had enough. Even the politicians and the police, they finally just threw their arms and ran, because now they knew they outnumber us 1,000 to 1. And that's what it takes. But you have to show that. Let's hope more people wake and turn into lions, like Pastor Archer says. Turn into a lion and roar and say enough. We're taking back our country.
Thanks for sharing that. What's your name?
John.
John, thank you, John.
You're welcome.
And have a wonderful day. Keep it up with the shirts, and thanks for your message.
Okay, thank you.
Highway 1. There's the Prairie Lands, and here are the Canadians out in full force with their flags and the cool weather. A quick high, and then we're back on the road. So yeah, we've been seeing this the whole way out.
Yeah, here when we rolled up, there was 40 plus vehicles that we could count, and that's from just this stop all the way back, all the way to Calgary. There's multiple places like this. There's some that are smaller, some that are bigger, but it's incredible to see the amount of people that are.
Hey guys, update from the road. I don't have the microphone set up. We're charging some batteries, but where are we, Chad?
We're in Cairnport, Saskatchewan. Minus 21 degrees. That is not stopping people.
Lots of people. Check this out. Look at all the cars out here.
Good to be here, guys.
Yeah, it's great.
Love it. Yeah, we'll see what the vibe of the crowd is. There's really a fire. You got to have a fire when you're out here in Cairnport. What temperature, Chad?
Minus 21.
Minus 21.
No, I guess it's
How's it going? We're doing a Facebook Live right now. We're going from Salmon Arm to Ottawa.
Oh, really?
Giving everybody an update from the road.
Oh, that's good to know.
Excellent.
So this is not TV. It's the that's like both sides of the road. Like wake up Canada, right? Like you can't ignore this.
You can't, there's no way.
Winnipeg! Wow. Going live from Algoni, Saskatchewan, and I sure hope I said that right. And I just heard that this has broken a world record, the longest convoy in history. We got Global back at it. Curious to hear their version. There are flags, there are horns. There's a lot of hope in the air. That was the word of the day, hope. This morning leaving Calgary, unity was the word. Freedom and unity. We're live on Facebook.
This is awesome! Love it! Thank you guys!
We're out here, Chad and I on the road one more time. Sun's coming up. Saskatchewan to Manitoba. Freedom Convoy 2022.
How's everyone doing today?
How's it going?
Stay free, everybody! Woo!
Both get on here for a second. Yeah, we were, I don't know, how do we summarize this? We're closing in on Winnipeg, Manitoba. I just want to start with that.
Yeah, we've been 22 kilometers away for close to a half an hour. I think we're moving at half the speed of smell right now.
In Kenora.
Good to see you folks again.
Yeah.
Those are bright.
Just made it out too, eh? So we're gonna go find out what's happening. Ran into a friend from Calgary out here.
Okay, you guys, we're just following these guys. There's oh, hello everyone. We're just following these guys to a place where the Hutterites are serving dinner. It's beef on a bun and it's pork on a bun, but it's like some hot dogs and some other stuff and some soup. They've got soup as well, so we're really, really, really thankful and grateful.
Is it true that the Hutterites came from, was it Brandon?
Yeah,
they came all the way from Brandon.
There's lots of people that yes, there is Hutterites that have joined from Brandon. They've all got buses. You'll see them in those like handy bus looking ones too. Yeah.
That's so cool.
Oh yeah.
So cool.
Oh yeah. They say 500,000 people in Winnipeg.
500,000 like joined from the convoy.
Yeah. So just keep on following us, you guys. We're like 5 minutes away from the dinner spot.
Will do.
See you there.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hutterites is all coming out to bring us meals, and we did see the buses. There's buses and vans from Brandon, and you know we thought they were coming along for a little bit of the journey, or maybe just in the area, whether they were going home or whatever they were doing. But they came all the way out here to support us and bring us food, keep our cities moving, and on this protest to keep us going. Protest or movement, whatever you want to call it. There's this is one of the parking spots. There's another parking spot we passed by a gas station back there. There's a bunch of semis in there, and they're really getting a better view of how many trucks there are. This is a nice open space again.
Here's his horns.
Yeah.
Back at Twin City. We're live again back at Twin City, and we're gonna find a trucker who we can ask a couple questions to. There's been some comments on the Facebook page too, so we're excited about that. These guys just rolled in, so you do that tap tap, and then yeah, the camera flips around. So these guys just rolled in. I think a bunch of the guys are getting ready to sleep for the night, or just resting. So we're gonna see if Chad's going to see if these guys are willing to chat with the live. I like their truck though. They got this, like, check this out. Here. No mainstream media. That's perfect, eh? Because we're notTV here. So you're watching notTV on Facebook. Not TV. It's like TV, but it's not TV. You know, it's accessible to everybody. And thanks to the internet. Well, I was gonna say, you don't have to have a satellite truck. It's kind of the same idea, though.
So, yeah, good morning. Everyone's gone. It's 9 o'clock, but we this morning, a little while ago, it had a note on the windshield. Someone said, "God bless you guys and everyone that's on the journey." And it's really nice note. And at the bottom it says, "P.S. You got an antifreeze leak." So I checked into that, and the water pump went. So it's leaked a bit of coolant out. I don't know how much yet, but that's something we're definitely going to have to deal with. Yeah, now we're back on the road.
Thunder Bay, check this out. So there's the map. I wonder if it's backwards. That's what Facebook does. It reverses the images. So we're closing in on Thunder Bay. Chad and I, with a quick little update for you until we get to Thunder Bay.
So, how's everyone doing? From a little while ago, with people from Blind Bay, we passed Blind Bay Road about an hour ago. Thought that was kind of fun. We have a couple of updates or things to go to the people that are traveling. If anyone's watching this, or if anyone wants to help push this out there, there's a vacant house here for people to get, was it laundry and showers, coffee warm up, stay the night if needed. There is parking available as well that somebody has offered. And then I was gonna touch there just a little something for thought, food for thought, for I guess more so in the past than now. But with truckers, just got I guess piggybacking off of our antifreeze leak. When you have an antifreeze leak like we did, you know that we parked the truck, everything was good. Cold weather, you know, comes in with the hot steel, makes things, if shrinkage is a factor, and then we end up having a leak. So, you know, sometimes I've heard people, and even myself in the past, it's like, you know, why didn't my Amazon product, or why didn't my shoes, or why didn't my makeup, or why didn't my whatever, you know, show up on time? And, you know, trucker goes out to his truck in the morning and sees a pool of antifreeze underneath his truck. You know, it happens just like that. So, you know, love for the truckers that, you know, go out there and they got to deal with that at that point. And believe me, that is not what they wanted to deal with when they get to their truck in the morning. That is the last thing. The best thing is a nice clean pre-trip. Truck fires up nice and warm when you hit the road, not pool of antifreeze and then go digging underneath the greasy engine to figure out where it come from. So just a little thought there for maybe some tensions that we've had in the past, and we can, there's more love we can push to the truckers from, you know, a point of possible misunderstanding in the past. We are about a half an hour out of Thunder Bay, and we will be going live again in Thunder Bay as the convoy rolls into town. We'll see how packed it is by the time we get there, but we'll find a decent spot to catch. We'll see if we can catch the whole convoy rolling in, and if we can't, then we'll go around like we did yesterday and you know, kind of catch at different spots that people are parking and what people are doing to help out and all the support that's coming in. Last night we had spaghetti. Well, first we went to the Hutterites. There was hot soup there. There was all that, and then after, I don't think we touched on it, but there was a hotel Days Inn, and they had a free spaghetti and meat sauce for everybody. And for those who know me, spaghetti and meat sauce is one of my favorite meals. So even after we went to the Hutterites, we had to go and check out the spaghetti and meat sauce. We were stuffed after yesterday.
Hold the mic. Go ahead for breaker.
Oh, he was honking his horn. I tried to get it.
How much reach you got down there? Like stick the window if you need to. I'm just gonna unplug the mic for 1 second.
We're just gonna unplug the mic for a second to rearrange the cable. Hold with us.
PEI.
And we're back.
Go ahead for breaker.
I do believe Travis had mentioned to you guys that there has been issues with Facebook sites, so there's a high probability that a lot of Facebook feeds will go down. Could be ours included. We don't know until it happens. So if it does happen, you can scoot over to notTV and check us out there. We will continue to do live broadcasts for as long as we possibly can. And when we can no longer do live, we will do recorded and upload. And we will do that for as long as we possibly can. We have a team of people working with us, getting us resources.
Queue driver, did you have
you
a
know who
message?
you are. We love you very much. Without you guys, this wouldn't be possible. We probably we would have got here, I think. You know, with the funding we got from people to help us.
Trying to find a little bit of a different angle. This is like a safe space to be right now. They got a bunch of the four-wheelers, they call them, which are people's personal vehicles, all decked out with Canadian flags back there. And then we got a whole row of semi-trucks, truckers, dump trucks, all lined there. And then in the distance there, they got another wave of the four-wheelers, mix of pickup trucks, and there's a couple cars and SUVs back there too, all with their Canadian flags. Looks like an RV in the background. One truck carrying the sign Freedom. And a whole row of semi-trucks. Getting ready to head towards the Parliament. We've had a couple of waves already go by. A couple waves of trucks. So this is epic footage. Whatever you think about, like the right or wrong, or believe in this or don't believe in this is happening. This is live. Try and get you guys closer. We're just working out some technical issues.
Sorry guys, just trying to mix the audio while we do this. It looks like Chad's trying to do a live on our notTV page as well at the same time. So we get 2 feeds going, making sure that even if Facebook tries to take down the page, which this is just documenting reality. I think we're starting to get this sorted out. We're looking at a live feed of these truckers getting ready to go into Ottawa. Head into city center, is it? Where the Parliament buildings are. A lot of these trucks coming from the west. There might be trucks here from the south. I don't know if this is the main convergence point for all of the trucks, but there's also trucks that are coming across from Quebec today. I think there's more trucks coming from the US, so from the south today, and they're all going to meet here in Ottawa, pushing towards the Parliament buildings to make their point heard that this is a freedom movement. This is about the fundamental value of freedom. And people who have taken a stand, the truckers who have taken a stand in favor of getting uncomfortable to leave the world a better place for their children. The world that they feel is a better place is a world without the mandates, without a government making decisions and not listening. That there's a divide. It feels like there's a very great divide and a lot of limitations, a lot of censorship. We've all been feeling this. Some justify it. Some feel that it's unnecessary. Some feel it's absolutely tyrannical. And however you cut it, this is about peacefully putting your foot down and saying, no, we need to find another way. This is Truckers versus Trudeau. That's what we've been calling our journey. Day 7 here in Ottawa. We left last Sunday from Salmon Arm, British Columbia, to drive across Canada to Ottawa, Ontario, to see firsthand what is taking place here today in this historical moment where truckers face off against Trudeau. So all these truckers have shown up to head down to Parliament, where the Prime Minister has said last week that he will not budge on the border.
everybody must be fully vaccinated to cross the border. And then in the US they said the same thing, that you must be fully vaccinated to cross the border. Fully vaccinated being a term that's changing depending on various factors. It's well, how do you say that? It's kind of a loose term. And these truckers have come across Canada. Many of these truckers too, I should point out, many of them are vaccinated and some are unvaccinated, but that is not really the point. That's not the point of any of this. That's a medical decision. When we talk to these guys, they say, we don't care. You make your own decision what you do to your body. The point is, you're not going to decide what I do to my body. That's for me to decide. My body, my choice, that sort of thing. So these guys have really come out, and it just seems like it's, you know, important to come out and just see what's happening. If this many people gather and they're called the minority, well, I don't know about that. We wanted to come out for ourselves and see for ourselves what is going to happen in Ottawa. In this day and age, you wouldn't be seeing these pictures. The mainstream media is not out here. I haven't seen any reporters covering any of this footage from any of the major news networks. If we weren't out here right now filming this for you, you might never know that it even happened. So everybody with a phone, turn your phones on, get out into the streets, show the world what the real world looks like. And then you get to make your own decision. You know, part of it is what kind of a world do you want to live in, and what are you looking at? It's interesting when we get into a world with quantum physics. Reality is what you make it. You get to choose your future. If you want to live in a future filled with love, there's a lot of love here today. We've had warnings from people in other countries, European countries, different countries around the world who have moved to North America from oppressed states, where they said once you go down the path of too many mandates, it becomes very hard to walk back from. Once a government takes that amount of power where it's set in enough concrete, it's very hard to chisel your way out. And with those warnings and what these truckers believe in their hearts, they're here today in minus 30 degrees Celsius weather. I don't even know what that is in Fahrenheit, but my nose feels like it's starting to go numb. So this row of truckers all getting ready. You can see they're lined up all the way back there. I got the sun on the camera, I can't quite see myself, but
Audio's good. All right, good stuff, folks. We're back after our little bit of a lunch break there. We had some reminiscing of the times in Ottawa or on the way to Ottawa. So that was pretty cool. Hey, Travis.
Hey,
good to have
Chad.
you back. Welcome back.
Good to be
Hey, we
back.
got a few things to talk about here. After we were just talking a little bit about the Ottawa trip there. We were showing the videos, and it was cool to reminisce and and kind of relive that in a way. And yeah, it's cool to go back there. I hope we get to watch some more of those videos, or maybe we'll do some more content on those later. I think it'd be fun to go back there a little bit and see where a pivotal point in history, quite possibly. But we have a few auction items to talk about. And so the first one is by Donna. How do you say the last name?
Skoglund.
Anybody? Skoglund? Okay, Donna Skoglund. And she is going to do a 45-minute coaching, one-on-one, one-to-one, for the highest bid in the auction. It's a $385 value, and I believe the starting bid is $100. So if that's something you're interested in, go over to one of the methods, notTV, or email Kathy at not.tv. Yeah, there we are. E-transfer to donate at notTV, credit card, PayPal on the notTV/donate. Email your pledge to realnottv at protonmail.com, or you can go straight to email Kathy at not.tv. I do understand that there's multiple different ways to get your pledge or your funds into the auction to make your bid, which can be a little bit confusing at times. But the reason why we've done that is we've had issues with our notTV emails and some things on our website. So there are kind of a backup options there to get, so you can still get in on the auction. We don't want you to miss out on that. And we have had multiple issues on the emails and whatnot. So the next item is Susan Stanfield, and she has her new book, which is just recently been published, and she has 3 copies of that book, which she will be giving out to the top 3 of the fundraisers today. So whoever it comes in the top 3 spots of the donations or the support to notTV, you will be getting a copy of Susan's new book sent right to you. And as we heard earlier, right from her, as soon as that the show is over and she gets those names, she will be sending that out. And I do believe we have some people that have donated or have supported us already. Do we have a banner or something like that we can put up, Richard? I think there's 3 or 4 people that we know of. We don't get to know of all of them due to the fact that some of them we won't get to know until later, until we see the tally, I suppose. So there's Susan has 100, Valerie has 25, Chris has 60, and Marge has 25. Thank you very much to you folks for supporting us along this journey. And like I said, there could be more. So if your name isn't on there, some of the methods that we had talked about that go into there, they go straight to into an account, I guess, and we don't get to see right away. We have to go into the transactions to find those. So those will be being updated later on. So it doesn't matter which way you've supported, we will get it, and it's very much appreciated.
That's right.
Alrighty.
We have a goal, I think, that Kathy had mentioned. I think it's $3,500 goal. And thank you for helping us reach this trajectory of meeting our goal, everybody.
Yeah.
That's the purpose of today's broadcast.
Yeah, that'd be wonderful to reach that goal, and we got some momentum towards there, so let's keep it rolling. Keep it rolling.
Totally. What's up next?
All righty.
We're gonna.
Yes, let's talk about that Freedom Box, Travis. You'd mentioned it a little bit earlier, and you'd shown a little box. You can't see me right now, but Travis was showing a little bit of a box there, and just that little guy you'd put up there. What's that all about? That's the one.
Yeah. So these are cool. This is a Raspberry Pi. So that is a computer.
Doesn't look like a Raspberry Pi.
Doesn't look like a Raspberry. No, you don't need it. That computer is the size of a credit card, and you can get these different cases. People build their own cases for these things out of like old radios or Lego. It's kind of cool because you can make them look however you want, and in the DIY digital age. But this is a computer that people use them for all sorts of different things. But this one group of guys I've been following, and girls, like this group had been building an open source software called Freedom Box, and you can run it on a little computer like this, and it essentially gives you access to a network that you can store your own personal file, and you can connect it to other Freedom Boxes. So in the event that the government cracks down on the internet, let's say Bill C-11 kind of example, or the firewall of China, that you still want to get access to free information, real information that the government isn't just censoring and propagating, pushing out. So the Freedom Box was designed and invented over the last 10 years as a way of continuing to get access to the internet. It's like an internet on top of the internet in a sense. And we've been building the last 5 years an open source project with notTV that would be a media box. So a media box like this, where you would still be able to get access to, you would function essentially like a YouTube or a Netflix, and you would be able to continue to stream and watch the content that's not being censored by the government. So the Freedom Box, an amazing invention. I was following the thread as these guys were building it, and they had a mailing chain where they would just try and solve problems together and think, how can we make this thing secure and provide the basic necessities that people might need to store their own data. And then the media box idea came from somebody had posted a little animation graphic online showing little boxes like this that are all connected. So everybody's got one in their own home, and it's a peer-to-peer network. So essentially you upload your video or stream from your box, and it automatically goes to all the other boxes. And so if one person goes down offline, then you just piggyback off any other box that's online. So boxes can go on and off if they're online or offline, and you would still have access to the entire infrastructure, as opposed to Google and Amazon, where they run big banks of servers and hard drives. Google stores theirs in mountains. They store it in the ocean. So who knows all those hard drives in the ocean, what it's doing to global warming, but that's another issue. And these essentially offset the cost of digital storage to the individual users. So that cost savings, because one of the biggest challenges with online streaming is paying for servers, for storage, and transmitting the data, streaming. And these boxes essentially allow us to all share the network together through a peer-to-peer network, and it's open source. And so 5 years ago, I went to a school, University of British Columbia, Okanagan, so I was in Kelowna, and there was a group of students who had to do their 4-year course in computer programming, their year-end capstone project, it was called. They ended up building a TV media box as a prototype. And they did a phenomenal job with it, and they built it off of like the old Napster technology. So it's open source technology, so we have to keep our project open source, but we're building a business model around it. So how can we actually make a sustainable business for content creators, like what we're doing here at notTV, but what the other streamers online are doing, like Odessa and Live from the Shed and True North and all these guys, what everybody's up to. How can we not rely on all the big servers that are out there and all those technologies, and how can you offset cost of storage and streaming? So this media box and the Freedom Box concept is a solution to be able to, one, get away from the great firewalls of the government, and two, save a ton of money, because that money is not going to Google and Amazon and Microsoft. And we can take that cost savings and give it right back to the content creators. And that's a major operational expense. So this is a way to solve a lot of problems, and it's been in the works for the past 5 years. Now, it's going to take a little bit more development, but that's what we're busy working on here behind the scenes, is creating a website that functions much like an app, and then eventually getting into an app. So I don't have the website here to show you today, because we ran into a bunch of technical challenges with the attack on our website. Major website updates.
Got a question on that.
Yeah.
For individuals like myself that are not tech savvy, I mean, I can work my way around my computer and I can do most things. But is that a complicated system to set up, or is it something that anybody can hook up to and make it work?
It's meant to be as simple as possible. So you don't even like these Raspberry Pis you can purchase online, and then it just comes as the board. I had to purchase the case separately. And then essentially there's a little micro SD card. So if you know how to use like a camera that you purchase and put in your little micro SD card that you would have in your phone or whatnot, you basically pop this into your computer, download software onto it, and then once you plug it into the box, you plug it in and away you go. So it's pretty straightforward. I talked to one developer in Calgary, and he just kept reminding me that hardware is hard. If you're in the tech industry, it's one thing to build software, but it's a whole other thing to build hardware. But what I think is cool is that we're not actually building hardware. We're using hardware that already exists, whether it's a Raspberry Pi like this, or whether it's an old computer that you have sitting around in the garage, or whether it's your main computer that you use. But these computers end up becoming the backbone of this infrastructure. And then from there, you would be able to use your phone or whatever app to piggyback onto it to actually watch or stream. So the goal is to make it as simple as possible that grandma can set it up. And it doesn't require too much other than if you've got a computer and you know how to download some software already, it should be that straightforward. So just a step-by-step guide.
Very cool.
So that's what yeah. So it's kind
And
of
so
exciting.
for what cost on something like that? Like if someone like myself wanted to get into that and be a part of the movement, be a part of the change in how the internet, and how the internet runs, is it going to break my bank to get into it?
So yeah, if you've got an old computer sitting around, then it wouldn't cost you anything. And if you want to buy a Raspberry Pi, they run about $150 to do
That's
like
not bad at all.
4K. So then the cost is the microchip or the SD card, which maybe you're paying another $20 to $100 for, depending on the size and how much you want to actually hold. So if you want to support the network, then that's when you get a hard drive. And then if you're a media creator, though, you're already paying for hard drives. Like we store, however many terabytes of video footage. If you're making a documentary, the average movie or documentary, it's about 7 terabytes that you need. And so if you're storing all that data, you want it backed up. You want to be able to, have it in a different location. Well, this will be a solution for that too, that you can share each other's footage, and it would be in encrypted storage that's peer-to-peer. So if you invested, Chad, into, say, 14 terabytes, and I had 14 terabytes, then I could put a backup on yours, and it would all be automated too. So I back up on your system, you back up on my system. It just makes it super easy. And then whether we get into just user home files, home photos, and all of that, that's quite a possibility with these things too, is that it just makes it easy. Because one thing, a family, it's like you're putting your stuff on your computer, or you're just leaving it on your phone, or you're relying on Apple or Google's cloud to try and store your family photos. And it's quite possible that these media boxes become the way that you just upload, and then other family members have one, and now it just automatically gets backed up amongst people or the network as a whole. And I got to say, like, blockchain technology is already moving towards this. There's something called the Interplanetary File Sharing System, and it's a way of using blockchain to store files. But the question I have is the blockchain truly secure? And I know a few other projects like Thriveolution who are working on blockchain solutions that are open and not controlled. They're truly decentralized, because that's kind of where we're running into. I seen another lady post a talk online mapping out the journey of blockchain and how it's going to tokenize everything. So as we move towards a social credit system, then every single thing gets an ID or a token, and that's where, if you own nothing, how do you track all that? How do you share like this pen or this shirt with each other? Well, everything will have a QR code and be tokenized and registered on a blockchain. And then if you're getting paid in a blockchain currency, it's all tracked and monitored. And essentially it's like a shroud of a map on a video game, where if you're playing the old-fashioned Zelda and you're looking at the map and it's all black and you can only see the areas you've explored, you can imagine blockchain banking like that, where I've got a wallet and it's this ID, it's this long digital address. And if I transfer some money to you, Chad, then that wallet ID might not be recognized as mine, but as I transfer money, say to you, and another store, another service, if somebody was to figure out what wallet belonged to what store and eventually start to map it out, like
Be able to
Zelda
work
exploring.
backwards.
Yeah, you work backwards to the point where you've got enough information, then the computer can just deshroud the map. It can just clear the whole map, and it'll know every transaction, every person, every wallet, and it's no longer, it's not transparent. Or I mean, it's truly transparent, but possibly for the wrong reasons. So we're kind of at this digital technology tipping point, if you will, of like, and that's why I compare it to splitting the atom. You split the atom and you can make nuclear energy, and that could be a good thing for people to provide power, or you can make an atomic bomb and you can destroy. So you can create or destroy. And I feel like the blockchain, it's the same thing. It's this gift of a new technology, and it can be used to create or destroy, because it can destroy businesses, it can destroy lives, or it can create a whole new opportunity and an actual free society. So this idea has come from multiple groups working around the world over the past decade to create freedom for you and everybody watching, that we can actually get there before the government does and before the WEF does, to say you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. But that's from a centralized system. Essentially, somebody is controlling the system and gets richer and richer and richer. And it's a race, because from a business standpoint, I mean, that's brilliant. You control all the world's resources through this tokenization and QR code. Or you can end up giving all that power to the people, and the people have the freedom to manage all. But that means a total change of society as we know it. That means like an open banking system. That means an open government. That means you can't have corruption in government and finances the way that you do now, because the spotlight, the fact that we can all be tracked on our phones, everybody would see it. You'd know exactly what politicians are corrupt. It's either the people that have the key or the ruling class that have the key. So if you can get, and if people knew this, then it's quite possible they wouldn't accept it, right? We get pressured into a point where it's a trade-off of food and not starving to death and buying into a system that ends up creating more control, or the people end up coming up with the solutions and jumping on things like this. So this came out of the birth of like China, how weird it is, the control that's happening there. Back in the day, there was what was it? Was it in Egypt? There's a huge protest that had happened there. This is a few years ago, and the government locked down the internet, censored everything, and then through social media, people were still able to get information and know what was actually going on. The Arab Spring. And so that was a big wake up for tech entrepreneurs and technologists too, to be like, whoa, okay, we need solutions so that the government doesn't have full control. So while they're working on their plan right now, things like this have been going on for a decade now, and they just haven't quite seen the light of day, because you don't see the creators of Freedom Box on mainstream media being interviewed, yet they exist. So that's what I mean when I talk on the show a lot about new innovations and new inventions coming that will actually transform.
Are they open to being interviewed?
That would be amazing. Yeah, that would be. I don't see why not. We ought to reach out to the Freedom Box team and talk to some of those guys, because that'd be incredible. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's a fascinating idea, and I mean, there's definitely some questions about it. Of, if I'm storing information on your Freedom Box and you're storing information on my Freedom Box, does that mean everybody has access to personal information? I mean, there's difference like that, and then how secure is it? How functional is it? And are there any loopholes? There'd be multiple questions that I mean, myself I have, and I imagine there would be the viewers probably have a few as well. But I do think the idea is fascinating and quite possibly a solution to to having the ability to take back the control of the internet, so that we get to use it for for a freedom base instead of just for censorship, and because that's kind of where we're headed right now, is we got to do what they say, otherwise we don't get access to it. And I think that Freedom Box is quite an awesome idea. Do you know if there's other systems out there like it, or is it kind of a one of its kind?
Well, I had seen another map at one point, and I keep looking to try and dig it up when I have time. So we'll keep searching, but somebody pointed out that there's a lot of isolated projects that had been in development over the last several years that they all fit together in some way in this giant map. It's like people were given where do visions come from? Where do ideas come from? Right? Wherever they came from, people were inspired to create different solutions to problems. And once those pieces get put together, then like a giant web, it really is a whole new technological innovation for the future. And so Freedom Box is just one little piece of the puzzle, whereas there's other open source technologies that have been created over the last several years that fit into the whole. And I've always seen and envisioned notTV being a part of that through the media box. So it's just a piece of the puzzle that helps us get, because there's different sectors of society that end up transitioning into the future. And you hear about technology disruption, and it's happening in industries, right? And now we're in the fintech, the financial technology and financial industry being disrupted, and blockchain having a part to play in that. But there being a big grip on the financial industry from the people that have all the finances and don't want blockchain, and Bitcoin have been kind of bad-mouthed for the last few years. Interestingly, Bitcoin and blockchain was invited out to, or the people that work in that field were invited out to the last WEF symposium or whatever they just had. So I was listening to an interesting talk on that. But somebody pointed out maybe they invited the blockchain people out to keep their enemies close, and keep tabs on what the blockchain industry is doing. So that was kind of interesting.
Try to recruit them or something.
Right. So I don't know where we stand right now with these technologies, but is this a one-off? I don't believe so. I believe it's part of a big puzzle. And as these technologies continue to build, then they'll start to plug into each other, which really is the essence of Web3. Now, Web3 is either open source and it's divinely inspired, is how I feel about it, that all these projects are being created and they will fit together, or it's trying to be orchestrated, but that's the flip side of the coin. That's the positive negative. The flip side is it's orchestrated in the sense of Facebook becoming Meta and trying to create this metaverse that you buy into, and then it's our system, and we own Oculus Rift, and we own all the social platforms, and you buy into our system, and we control the entire chain. We control the entire ecosystem, right? Facebook model. Or it's an open source model where all these projects plug into each other, and then you have the security and the keys. You have your own private keys. You're responsible for your own security. That's where blockchain and Bitcoin was really revolutionary, is that you become your own bank. But if you're your own bank, what does that mean for bankers? Right. So that's where the flip side is. And that's where people will come up, because if there are bankers out there who say, no, I'm wealthy and I enjoy it and I have control because I understand money and I have influence or control over it, and this system works just great. Thank you very much. But for most people, it's like, yeah, but what about inflation and usury and the debt and the way that things are going? No, it doesn't make any sense at all. Maybe an open source model is a better alternative.
Very much so, yeah. Alrighty, well that's a great description of that little box there, and I'm sure we'll hear more of it in the future. I know I have some questions and whatnot, but we're coming up to a commercial, and then we'll be back shortly after that with, I believe, another interview. If I am not mistaken, we have Norbert on. Right on, folks. So we will be right back shortly.
I want my notTV.
Alrighty, folks, and we're back.
Norbert, welcome. Welcome to the show. We're going to double check your mic here as we get going. And
all the mics.
Technology and all the projects that plug into each other. This is great.
I think we're working. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, that we can.
All right, awesome.
Liberty.com today as well. And Norbert, what's on the top of your mind? And then I'll leave it to Chad to ask some questions.
What isn't? I got a million things on my mind, and just listening to you guys share the the technology there from that little tech box, which that kind of stuff goes a little bit over my head. People think that I'm a technology guy because we launched Liberty, and I've been internet marketer for 14 years, but I'm actually not a tech guy. I don't actually do a lot of the tech stuff. My specialty, my expertise is more on the marketing side and business strategy side of things, not so much on the tech. But this type of tech, it excites me. It's really interesting, and I think that's kind of what's been on my mind, I guess, for the last couple of years is thinking about solutions, is thinking about how do we move forward as a society, how do we move forward as a collective. I hate using that word, but as a collective, as a society, as communities moving forward. There's powerful, incredible technologies that are coming out, that are starting to be used and being leveraged. And as we know, over the years and decades, the powers that be tend to suppress a lot of technology until they have ways to leverage and use it for their own self-interests, which is just human psychology. We can't expect them to be any better than they are. They're slaves to their own human needs and desires and human biology and psychology. And so that's just what people do, is they look for their own self-interest. But it's interesting to see so many incredible solutions coming out over the last year. And I think I kind of mentioned that when you were interviewing me the other day, Travis, but that's really what's on my mind, is thinking about solutions, thinking about how do we create something better, something that really serves humanity, really serves people. Because I think, when we look around at our society and we look at our existence, these systems that are in place just don't serve people anymore. Democracy has served us really well, especially here in Canada, for decades. And we've become complacent because this is one of the best countries in the world. And so, here we are in the freedom movement. We're criticized because we're fighting for our freedoms and rights, and we're fighting against certain mandates and certain restrictions and certain patterns or trends that we see in the way the governments of the world are heading. And yet we are criticized for us being critical of these things because you guys have it so good. Canada is one of the best countries, one of the freest countries. You have all these opportunities. At least you're not in Ukraine right now. At least you're not in, in Africa right now. Like, it could be so much worse. You guys have it so good. There's nothing to complain about, you privileged Canadians or Americans. And all I say to that is, I'm looking for the best solutions. Like, I always think that can't we do better? I guess that's my response to that. Yeah, but can't we do better? Because I think we can. I think we can do better. And seeing the solutions that people are coming up with and the new technology and stuff, it gives me hope that we can decentralize power, that we can bring power back into the hands of the people where it really is supposed to be. And we got a lot to fix. There's a lot of problems in the world. I don't know where you want to start having conversations about.
I got a question on that. You were talking about, like, with solutions and stuff. Norbert, I don't think you and I have actually had a chance to talk yet, so this could be an interesting beginning for us. You're talking about solutions and the fact that, I guess North America in large is a bit of, a privileged countries, or because, like you were saying, we have it pretty good, or at least have had it pretty good. When you talk about solutions, I guess the vibe I get is that you're looking for solutions as in a world sense. Is that, am I getting that correct? It's just, that's kind of the feeling I get from when you're talking about, doing things better. Maybe, Canada, US has it good, but we can do it better. And that could also, filter out to different areas of the world to bring other people to a better place.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, why think small?
Yeah. I think that's where, it's a beautiful way to look at it, is to, to go big. I got a question for you. I seen you're into philosophy a little bit.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
On a philosophical level, where do you see that we are or are going, and what do you think, on a philosophical level, a solution would be?
Wow, that's a big open-ended question. But I love these.
Yeah,
I
it's
love these
pretty
types of
vague.
questions. Yeah, yeah. Well, I feel like humanity's at a crossroads, right? We really are at a crossroads. The powers that be seem to be pushing for more centralization of power. That seems to be the theme. We're in the midst of a changing world order. Ray Dalio, Changing World Order. Look it up. Read the book. Watch his videos on YouTube.